Hello, AJ. How are you doing, mate?
Franklin, have you noticed that the weather is getting lighter now?
The weather or the light is getting lighter.
Does that really matter? 10 seconds into the podcast and you're being pedantic. You know full well what I mean.
It is a lot lighter, so we're now 5:30 and there's still a little bit of light in the sky, which is good, and it's nice to see.
It is.
I'm happy with that.
It means we're over that kind of miserable ridge of everything going dark at about 4:30. And I quite like that now.
Yeah.
It just seems like summer is on the way, or at least on the horizon.
Yeah, I just wish it'd stop raining a little bit and show a little bit more sunshine for a change.
It's been going a bit bonkers with the rain, hasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That said, we were expecting, I think, 95% showers on Sunday when we started our walk from Otterspool to New Brighton. The only time it rained was when we were actually on the ferry.
Nice.
For a very, very brief period of time, it was just like there was a little cloud, just one little tiny cloud hovering above,
causing mayhem.
The what's it called? The Royal Iris, and just splashed us for a few seconds, and then as soon as we got off, we walked to New Brighton. It was lovely weather.
Yeah, I saw the pictures. It looked fantastic. Did you stand still on the ferry, or did you do lengths of the ferry just to keep the steps up?
No, we didn't. But we
you missed a trick.
Yeah, but no, we didn't miss a trick. I'll tell you why, because we were using Strava, weren't we?
Yes, you were.
So
we included the distance across the...
Craig forgot. So, when we got on the ferry to come back, Craig forgot.
Yeah.
And it carried on recording. We'd done 3 miles up and down the River Mersey. So we'd paid for the cruise, which is a 50-minute cruise. And it stops off at Seacombe. So we stopped off at Seacombe. And then when we were coming back, our tickets couldn't be recognised because we were supposed to be on the tour.
Oh, right.
But they did say to me in advance we could go over and come back on. But the fella that let us on the bus coming over remembered us coming back. So we were a bit fortunate there. But yeah, so he had to... There's ways of erasing parts of your journey on Strava. So he managed to... I think he managed to erase what went on the...
I don't think there was any need for that.
But it just shows you how much distance you can actually cover on the River Mersey, just cruising up and down.
On the boat?
On the boat, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, you could say the same about going on the M6, couldn't you?
Well, I did
get bomb up and down the M6 a few times.
I did something similar yesterday. I went for a short walk from Ormskirk, so from the retail park up into Ormskirk itself and back again, and then got in my car and I kept my Strava on until I got home. But then I had to do multiple journeys then to the two chemists, and
you kept your Strava running the entire time.
So we ended up doing 19 miles in the end, and I'd only done 2.67 walking. So,
you're just hamming it up as much as you could.
Yeah, well, I had to. Well, who'd have thought you could cheat so easily?
I know.
I didn't know, but then I would imagine when you're covering like a mile every minute, you know what I mean. Even Roger Bannister couldn't do that. You know what I mean? So
no, could not.
So I couldn't kid you. You couldn't really truly kid anyone. But yeah, listen, fantastic day was had.
Good.
I think collectively between us, we've raised probably round about £1,000. For prostate cancer research. So
most excellent.
It's good. You've carried on with your little journey and your walks as well.
Yeah, because I've not finished my 56 yet.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You can't be that far behind now.
Oh, I think I'm less than 10 miles away now.
Oh, that's nothing, is it?
No, not particularly now. So I'll probably get that done in the next couple of days. Really. For me. I knew I had a bit of a delay coming into it because I was in Benidorm. And oddly enough, I probably should have Stravad it while I was in Benidorm because I covered so much just walking up and down the straight. Because I was full of alcohol.
Yeah, well, that's nobody knows when you're on Strava, do they, that you've been consuming...
To be fair, it probably makes up the extra distance when you start sort of swaying from side to side.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
As you know, James doesn't walk in a straight line anyway, best of times. So he covers more steps than anyone.
I can say he's cheating, isn't he?
All the way through. No, he just naturally he's got problems with his gait, so so he ends up staggering all over the place. So yeah, we had a fantastic day. So we started off at Otterspool roughly after 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
We walked to the Mersey ferries. We got the ferry across to Seacombe. Then we walked up to New Brighton, and we had a bite to eat in the Seahorse.
Yep.
And then we came back and done the reverse journey back over the boat, back to Otterspool. I think we were finished by around about 4 o'clock-ish, I think, something like that.
So it's a full
We had a really good day. It was interesting, the conversations that you have along the way, but it was all flat.
Yeah.
So it wasn't difficult. The only difficulty for me has been that since I come back, the first 2 days, so Monday and Tuesday, I couldn't feel parts of my limbs. Obviously, this is to do with my spine.
Yes.
Now, I wasn't in. I'm in normal pain, but I wasn't in greater pain because I'd done the walking. If anything, I was losing the feeling in sort of certain extremities. So
that's concerning.
Yeah, well, it's part and parcel of the condition. So
still,
I think when I spoke to the surgeon, he probably thought I was only covering about a couple of miles a day. He wasn't expecting me to do 13-mile walks. As it turned out, that's what it was.
Weirdo.
A 13-mile walk.
What are you doing?
But yeah, really enjoyed it.
I kind of envisage something like that as being a bit like a school day. Not necessarily in that case that you just got trepidation from the start, but you're really looking forward to it, and the first half of it is amazing, and then you get to lunch, and then you've got to do the return journey with all the stuff that you've seen before. Were you not just thinking, I'm over this now?
No, because you get a totally different view, of course, don't you? You get a different view. You look at different things on the way back. I can walk the same walk every day of my life, and I practically did during the pandemic. Yet you discover something new every day, and you take a picture in the same place. The light, the dull, whatever it is, it changes the colour, the colour of the leaves, the surroundings continually change, don't it? And it was funny really. I was listening to a podcast with Will Mellor.
Oh yeah, the actor.
Yeah. And I can't remember what it's called, but he does one with Ralph Little.
Okay.
They both appeared in
2 pints of lager.
2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps. And what he says is that you have to make plans for the future.
Yes.
Because it slows time down. Now, I don't believe time exists as such. We've had this conversation.
It's a fluid construct, isn't it?
Yeah. So if you plan to do something, time slows down. In theory, because we were all looking forward to going on this walk. Now, I think we planned it a few weeks ago, and it's really, really dragged. So everybody that was on the walk were really, really looking forward to it. And by the time it's gone, it's gone so quickly.
Okay.
So then you've got to plan your next thing.
Yes.
In life, they also say, and Will did, that when you're on holiday, time seems to go slow when you're on holiday.
It does, yeah.
Probably because you're not spinning plates, you're not running as fast as you would at home, whether you're working or whatever you're doing different things.
Yeah.
You're probably slowing down, doing a lot of sunbathing.
Yes,
You take your time eating, whereas when normal life, call it normal life.
Eating on the move,
You eat on the move, you're throwing food down your neck. Whereas when you're on holiday, you sit around tables talking to people, talking longer, eating longer, probably eating more as well. Yeah. And certainly drinking or consuming alcohol as most people do.
Not you though.
But not me, of course.
At a point.
But so he's got a point in terms of making plans for the future slows time down. So if anybody's feeling depressed about the weather or anything else that's going on in their lives, plan something a little bit further ahead to give you something to work towards, and it should help with your mental health. I'd like to put that test to theory with somebody that is really severely impacted by their mental health this time in their lives, and see whether it works.
That's a good idea. I'm sure we can find somebody.
Yeah.
In
the meantime, should we wait for Andy to turn up?
I suppose we'll have to. Really, we promised him a seat on the panellist show. Yeah. And, now we just kind of got to twiddle our thumbs for this one. Can't keep the pre-show show going for another 20 minutes.
Well, we could if we wanted. But so what else is there to talk about? Or we just sort of...
Have you watched anything on the telly?
Yeah, we normally do this, don't we?
We do.
Well, yeah, listen, I'm glad you raised that question because I'm really, really annoyed.
Oh.
Yeah, so Coronation Street, I'm a big soap fan, but
I knew that you were.
Fast falling out of love with it.
Yes.
So I was watching Coronation Street the other day, thought it was catching up with a previous episode. But it was one where they had a flash forward.
Oh, okay.
So
Radical.
What's happening? Somebody is going to die in Coronation Street.
Okay.
But they've given you sort of a preview of what's gone on.
But not who it is.
No, but it's gone ridiculous now, though, isn't it? I mean, how can you sort of have a preemptive? You may as well, the script writers may as well just throw the scripts at you before they've actually recorded the programmes and say, yeah, have a look at them.
Woo!
Because what we know is now, come April, and I think it's Carla and a girlfriend are getting married.
Okay.
And it's something to do, that has something that plays a part in it.
Right.
We believe somebody dies in it, possibly gets murdered. We know that one of the characters is interviewed in a police station. So all of this has gone ahead, and this is supposed to happen in April.
Right, so they're giving
we're
you a
watching it now.
So they're giving you a flash forward of episodes that are going to happen in April.
Yeah.
That's irritating.
Oh, it's annoying. It's ridiculous. It's now, soap has become out and out drama, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
You had artistic license with the drama to do all of that.
Yes.
Even with documentaries, you flash forwards and you come back as well to retell the story.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yes, it does.
It makes sense in a lot of dramas, films.
Yeah, you can get away with it. Well, yeah, because the idea of soaps is that they were all about just regular people having regular lives and stuff like that. That was the whole premise.
So it's got to be realistic, hasn't it?
Soap. Yes, absolutely.
So the idea that you can now see in a soap a dream, which you never used to be able to do. I just think script writers are running out of ideas, or they're extremely lazy. I would sack all of them personally. I'd sack all of them, bring some fresh blood in, including myself, and I'll make Coronation Street great again. Because right now, they've lost all the common sense.
Make Corrie great again.
I'm going to make Corrie great.
And this is where Frank Hughes announces his candidacy for local elections as an independent.
Well, yeah. But no, what I'm going to say is I'm going to retire from the podcast now because I've officially been invited now.
You are not retiring.
By Coronation Street now to write the next scripts for.
Well, hang on.
Post-April. I wish you could, because I'll tell you what, I'll put some sense back in it.
I'm sure.
They've got, is it, what are they called now? Is it called Weatherfield County?
Weatherfield County,
the
football team.
The football team.
They've had that for yonks.
Yeah, but you know what? They should integrate that into the programme more. Make it more realistic. This is what we do. We all go to football matches. You don't see anybody in Coronation Street going to a football match, do you?
I've seen Kevin Webster go once.
Did he actually go? Did you actually see him in the crowd?
No, you just saw him putting a green and white scarf around his neck. And
well, no, that's not fair, is it?
It's not really the same thing.
No.
Can
we actually see a time where we'll watch a chairman, a possible chairman from Coronation Street, chairman of the football club? I'm helping them write a script.
This is when you start integrating Coronation Street and Speaking Frankly. So eventually it's going to be Coronation Speak.
Yeah, we could do that,
yeah, we could start.
I think that'd be quite exciting myself.
Right, okay.
Because we could tell some stories, couldn't we?
We've got a lot of stories to... Well, yeah, but they did that with Dream Team, didn't they? So,
yeah.
Well, they did, but that was at the Premier League level. It's not really our end of it.
Ralph Little was in a programme, wasn't he, as well, about non-league?
Yeah.
That was quite good, but it wasn't really authentic enough. I think it was Ralph Little, wasn't it?
I think it might have been...
It was about a fictional non-league football club, wasn't it?
Well, wasn't his character gay in that?
I'm not entirely sure now.
Okay.
I mean, it couldn't have been that good because I can't remember an awful lot.
There we go.
About it. I tend to remember things that I've really, really enjoyed, and I can't say.
That's kind of memorable. It's particularly with him as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't remember what it was called off the top of my head. It is one of those things. I'll have a look at it a bit later.
Yeah. I don't think it's been explored enough, and I don't think soap is authentic enough.
It's not. I think you should write a treatment for the non-league football, though. I think you should write a treatment for it. Send it to some producers, ITV, BBC.
Yeah. Well, you know, I've been writing my fictional.
Yes, you've written your life story.
Bricklehampton Wanderers I keep changing the name from Bricklehampton Wanderers to Bricklehampton Town. So it's about a non-league football club that used to be in the Football League, and the nickname the Bricks.
Yes.
It's a downtrodden ground. There's water coming through the stands a little bit like
Scam.
No, Manchester United.
Shut up.
Your team, of course.
Still in the Football League.
Yeah, but what you can see is the opening scene. You can see the outside of the football ground, and somebody has written in graffiti. They've crossed the B out
and put a P.
They put a P.
Yeah, of course.
Welcome to the home of the Bricks.
There it is. Honestly, is that the whole basis for the name, so that you could use that joke and that joke only?
Well, no, I just thought it was retrospective, that, because I added that later on after it. So what I used to do is I used to put it in going back years ago, I used to serialise it in the club programme. So yeah, it used to be in the club programme. And I've just never finished writing it. I've added to it here and there, but I've never completed it.
God, imagine if this is your
calling.
No, I was going to say like there's a Latin word for it, but like with Michelangelo and the Sistine Chapel, and you've got your Opus Dei. That's the term. Right. Your Opus Dei. It's like the best thing that you could ever do. Yeah. And that's it.
Well, I just feel, well, listen, given the knowledge that I've acquired over the years, I'm probably in a really good position to talk about a non-league football club.
As well as having dallied in writing and amateur dramatics as well.
Yeah, and it's not really fictional, really, because a lot of the stories that happen in there are true. Like, well, it's not in the series itself. The manager of the football club is having an affair with the canteen lady, and they consummate their relationship on the centre spot.
Do you remember what we were talking about Coronation Street and dramas and completely unreal?
Well, I've got to finish it now that I've started. They consummate their relationship on the centre spot on the ground, but the groundsman has suspected for a long time that something's irregular's going on the pitch, because it's wearing out in areas that it shouldn't. So he's there one night while it's all going on, and he switches the floodlights on, and all you can see is this backside bouncing up and down like that. But yeah, when I say it's not so much fictional as that, when I used to run the social club side of things there, when we had parties, it often happened where people were on the pitch.
Oh my God!
Making mad passionate love.
Bloody no!
I know, but listen, wouldn't it make a great story? You can visualise it.
Not that! Bloody hell!
Oh yeah, listen, there's various stories.
It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm giving too much away, because some good, decent writer here.
I was going to say, like, somebody else has probably pitched off with it and submitted a treatment now in this time already.
Listen, we'll get on with the show anyway. I don't want to give up too much of my my secrets and my secret jottings, because otherwise it could be serialised, and somebody can make a fortune out of my script.
Your ideas. In the meantime, I'm going to step outside for some fresh air and vomit. We'll be back with the main show in a second.
Hello and welcome to the Speaking Frankly Football Show. I'm Frank Hughes, the chairman of Skelmersdale United Football Club, and alongside me is my co-host and passionate press officer, AJ Vegette. Not that being involved with the football club is a prerequisite for hosting a football podcast, but it certainly helps. We are ready to dive headfirst into the vibrant world of non-league football in the Northwest, and we might even take a moment to discuss some of the bigger headlines in the sport. We'll explore life in the Northwest counties, bring you interviews with well-known faces in the league, and analyse how local teams are performing while making bold predictions for their upcoming matches. Nothing is off the limits here. We'll be diving into all kinds of topics, including complicated refereeing decisions and regulations that often leave fans perplexed. We want to hear from you too. This is your show, so don't hesitate to reach out with topics you want us to tackle. Let's get this conversation started and enjoy every single moment. We are speaking frankly. Hello and welcome to the Speaking Frankly Football Show. This is episode 30 in Series 2. A warm welcome to two co-hosts today, not just one, but AJ and the manager of Skelmersdale United Football Club, Andy Barlow. Hello.
Hello. Good evening. Hello, thank you very, very much for joining us today. Yeah, we've got a guest panellist on the show today, Andy Barlow, who's going to be discussing all things non-league football with us before we turn our attention on him and just grill him on his entire life in football and beyond.
Could be here a while.
Could be here a while, but that's all part of the fun. We'll obviously go through our North West Counties roundup, including difficult times at City of Liverpool and also at Pilks as well. We'll turn our attention to the FA Vars with West Didsbury and Chorlton and their showdown against Winsford at the weekend. We'll then go through the National League North and all the usual favourites, Chorley FC, Bootle, Lower Breck, Clitheroe, etc. And then we'll head over to Controversial Corner and various difficulties coming out of Brickfield Rangers, as well as what it is about being a child in football and how difficult that might be at times.
Being a child?
Yes.
What's that about?
You've written it down here. It's about how difficult it is as a child to be noticed by professionals.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I sent you this. You put it down.
I know, you took me off the scent a little bit there. You're talking about Chelsea, aren't we?
Yes, we're talking about Chelsea.
Yeah, we'll talk 100%. About Chelsea. Yeah, go on.
Anyway.
Carry on then.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Anyway.
Looking at our professional standards there, AJ's tucking into a balm. Is it egg balm?
Nah, this is cheese and onion list.
Cheese and onion, even better.
He's only got another 12 to go.
Well, that's what you're here for.
So yeah, Andy's popped in today and he brought a load of sweets for AJ as well.
It is, yeah. So I'm now sitting in front of a bag of drumstick squashies, a bag of Haribo Super Mix, a bag of Dairy Milk caramels, also some little flake pieces and 3 cream eggs. So I'm set.
Yeah, couldn't get better, could it really?
I'll give you an hand with them if you're struggling.
Yeah. No so problem. What are we doing after that?
After that, we are going to turn the spotlight on Andy, and we're going to ask him all questions, football and non-football related. Then after that, we will go through our usual expert predictions and analysis, and then in part 3 of the show, as well as all things Skelmersdale United. So what's coming up first, Frank?
Yeah, well, we'll start with the North West Counties roundup, and we'll say North West Counties. The Macron Cup is part of the North West counties. The only game that survived the weather on Saturday was Prescot versus Cheadle Town. So Prescot beat Cheadle 4-0 at Community Stadium in the quarterfinals of the Macron Cup. AFC Liverpool beat Exton Villa 3-0 on Tuesday night, and Nelson thumped Telford Town 10-1 to join Prescot in the hat. The only other quarterfinal still to be played takes place next Thursday. I think that's the 5th. Is it the 5th of March? Something like that?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So, that takes place next week. So, that's West Didsbury and Chorlton versus Thornton Cleveland. So, a really good result for Prescot.
That's an excellent result for Prescot. Yeah, a double each from Tom Cron and Callum Laird, seeing them through at the expense of Cheadle Town. Another good turnout at the community ground as well, just shy of 200 on Saturday afternoon. Evidently, a lot of fans going there for date day on Valentine's Day, or a lot of people just ignoring their other halves and going down to football regardless.
Well, that's why I think they got an increased gate, to be perfectly honest with you. If there's an excuse to get away.
Absolutely, if there is.
You may as well. So, listen, as far as I know, I've read somewhere, but I can't find it anywhere. I believe Prescot have drawn the West Didsbury, the winner of West Didsbury versus Thornton Cleveland.
They have, yeah. It was confirmed that the other semi-final is going to be between Nelson and AFC Liverpool for a place in the final. So, yeah. Prescot's little reward there is the winner of West Didsbury and Chorlton versus Thornton Cleveland.
So other news with Prescot there. Prescot signed Jesse Dowling, not a stranger to the club. He's been there previously, also played for us for a very short period of time. He played a big part in Lower Breck's promotional winning side last season. Great signer for the club. Do you know much about Jesse Dowling?
No, I've seen him play a couple of times, but I don't know much about him.
He's a good player.
To be fair to Dempsey there, his recruitment's been really good.
Yeah.
Looking from the outside in over the last 6 months, he's building a really good squad there. So,
well, we'll come back to them in a minute because we're going to talk about the league and what have you. But we'll start off with the North West Counties Premier. Lewis, Sam and Ben took his tally to 43 goals in all competitions as he scored 5. For Chadderton, who beat Longridge 7-1 on Tuesday night. That wasn't the first time he's ever put 5 past anyone this season. I think he scored 5. Well, he did. He scored 5 against City of Liverpool when I was watching them.
Yes,
just before Christmas.
It was when they put 9 past City of Liverpool on home turf, wasn't it? It was the 9-0, wasn't it?
What a player
He's a cheat code. He's a cheat code all of his own, isn't he? He just. And it's not even like he's a fox in the box. Like he's making the runs from deep. He's breaching the lines. He's timing his run perfectly. Like everything about that guy is just symptomatic of today's kind of modern attacker. It's just absolutely incredible. And I'm kind of stunned that Bury didn't carry him up to the Northern Premier League with them.
43 goals in February is ridiculous. Isn't it?
Yeah, well, you know the story about him, don't you? He played for Chadderton last season, scoring buckets full of goals, and then Bury decided. We thought conveniently brought him over to Bury just to stop him from scoring goals for Chadderton. So he's gone back there and he's just scoring bucket loads again.
Yes, he is.
I wonder whether he's at a false level. I can't understand how he's not being picked up by a bigger club.
It's a shame they took him and not for that reason, because for someone to score 43 goals by mid-February, you'd expect someone to take him a little higher to see if he can do it at a high level. And someone who's doing that every week, I'm sure is chomping at the bit to go and have a go at a high level.
Do we know how old he is now?
He's 28, I think.
28, so he's probably getting to the...
Well, no, he's in his prime, isn't he?
I think so.
He's experienced, but he's still got a good few years left. I mean, if you've got the chance of signing someone who's going to give you that return, then you jump on it straight away, don't you?
Yeah. No, what's the chances, Andy? Do you reckon you can get him in for next season?
Well, if you can get your wallet out, then
empty bank account, won't we? Yeah.
There's nothing left in my wallet now.
You might need a few more sponsors. But
I have to wonder whether he's decided not to. Whether he may have been approached by another club at Northern Premier League level and he's just decided that he wants to stay where he is, particularly after his experience with Bury.
Yeah, I don't know what his day job is. We don't know what his day job is, do we?
There's loads of different variables that might come into it. He might live round the corner. He might have a busy job. He might have a good job. He might. I mean, Chadderton's on the up, as we know. They're going places, but from looking at it from the outside, he might be thinking he might have played there. Well, he's played there previously, playing with his mates. Yeah. He might be enjoying his football, and to be honest, at 28, he's probably thinking, well, I don't really need to push any further because I'm enjoying myself. I'm scoring a potload of goals. You'd guess, looking at the return, that he's probably the top earner. And he's probably loving his football at the minute.
Who's the player that you'd have played either alongside him during your era? Was it Mark Byrne?
Byrne, yeah.
He was a solicitor, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, he was training solicitor at the time, yeah.
Yeah, but he'd actually, I think did he go and play for Halifax at one stage?
He played.
Dropped down.
He played for Stockport in the league. He was at Stockport.
Yeah, but didn't he drop down to Bury because... not Bury, he went to Prescot, but I think he ended up at Halifax when Halifax got kicked out of the league and they re-emerged. But he was another one that he stopped playing or he didn't want to play any higher because... He knew if he got injured, it was the end of his...
Well, lads do that. It's careers and it's also family as well. Family comes into it as well. I've not seen Mark for years, so I couldn't comment family-wise, but it does come into it. Like I say, if you get to mid-20s, you've got to think of all the factors involved.
Yeah, whereas I think Lewis Byrne is a dad. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm erring on the side of yes, I think he is. Yeah. Like from having what I've read previously, so that'll account for something.
He's certainly got a knack of scoring goals, that's for sure.
Well, we look at players like that and we think they're freaks because they're not going any higher. You always think there's something wrong with them. Yeah. But like you said there, it could be any kind of situation. But he scored another 2 on Saturday as well. He scored both goals against Litherland. They beat Litherland 2-0. He scores goals for fun. So Bearscough lost to leaders Wythenshawe 3-1 on Tuesday night, and with West Didsbury beating South Liverpool on Wednesday night, Bearscough slipped out of the playoffs. Still a long way to go though. Do we think they're going to get back in there? There's a lot of games in and around them that have got games in hand on them.
And a lot of games in hand as well. The average amount of games being played is 32 to 33. Bearscough, by contrast, have played 36 and are in 7th. They've got Atherton LR on the same amount of points as them, with 3 games in hand on them. And you don't want to really discount FC St Helens from there either. I think they're going to have to be spotless for the rest of the season to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, but we do think teams are going to drop. Unless looking at the league tables there, if you want to look at the form tables, they're on the reverse page.
Oh, that's some good tactical printing.
I know, yeah. I learned how to print on both sides.
Yes, you did. And
it's amazing what you can do over time, isn't it?
They've dropped.
You have to get to 58 years of age to learn how to do it.
Well, you're never too old.
Nope.
This is what happens when you couldn't do that learning course in IT that you wanted to when you were in college.
Yeah.
God damn it. But yeah, by contrast, if you look at Bearscough there, dropped points in 3 out of their last 6 games. Now, yes, one of them was against Wythenshawe, and that's difficult, we know that. Yeah. But for a team that is wanting to challenge for the playoffs, you'd expect every other game to be, near enough spotless. And looking at that one, 10 goals conceded, which is the most in the in that half of the division. 16 goals scored, which is towards the upper end of it, absolutely. But I think that defence is probably the key part of why they are just that little bit, half step behind teams like Padiham, Chadderton, Ramsbottom.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long way to go, obviously. I think what Bearscough got left there.
10 games.
10 games to go. Obviously, the teams around them have got more games to go and games in hand, but I suppose if you spoke to Dempsey and said, are you happy where you are? They put themselves in position to have a good go at it. And hopefully they do kick on and get in them playoffs. Yeah. Because we all know when you get in the playoffs, you just never know. You just never know. I mean, by the looks of it, Wythenshawe, I know Rami have got a couple of games in hand, but Wythenshawe are looking unstoppable.
It's Wythenshawe's title to lose at this point, isn't it, really?
Yeah, they're looking really good, aren't they? And it's unusual, isn't it, for a team that drops out of the Northern Premier League
to bounce straight back.
I would imagine there's a few done it. Ramsbottom have tried to do it and they've not been successful over the last couple of seasons.
What that indicates is a well-run club to me.
Yeah.
Because they've come down, they've probably retained 9% of the players. Yeah. They've probably recruited a few and they're back up to the top of the division. A lot of teams who come down again, as we know.
Yeah, they
struggle in the league below.
Yeah. And the other thing, of course, is back in the day, dropping out of the Northern Premier League into the North West Counties was a little bit frowned upon.
It was massive,
now, the calibre of teams in the North West Counties Premier is so much higher than it was.
Oh, it is, absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you look at Bury and Lower Breck and what they're doing in the Northern Premier League this season, I mean, I thought that was almost entirely unheard of, really, isn't it? But then you kind of look at how well run those teams are, and now you think, well, is it a surprise? And I think another key thing for Wythenshawe is the re-signing of Brian Lee. Yeah, he was at Bury last season, did reasonably well, but again was another one who was let go very early on in their Northern Premier League season. Actually went back to Wythenshawe and is now part of that team that is, as you say, are just looking unstoppable.
Well, we'll look at Bury later on because whatever they've done recruitment wise or whatever they got rid of, they're back on top of the league again, so they're doing something right. So listen, the big bottom of the table clash took place on Friday night as City Liverpool entertained Abbey Hay. And heartbreak for Brodie's team, struck in injury time coming back from a 2-goal deficit. Bevan Bury scored in the 84th minute. City looked as though they'd secured the first point since the 1st of November, only for Hay to hit back with an injury time winner by Bradley Najin.
Brutal.
Heartache for them.
It's brutal, that one, but Bradley and Jean is a clutch player. They're accruement of points over the last couple of games has been because he's been in the right place at the right time to score that goal that's just made all the difference there. And it's given Abbey Hay a 6-point cushion. Now, admittedly, City and Liverpool have got a game in hand, but you have to kind of look at that 6-point cushion and just see, is it as significant as what that result looked like it was going to be?
Yeah, it's not looking good for. But I mean, I looked at the fixtures and I know City Liverpool go to Abbey Hay in a few weeks' time.
Okay.
So looking at the games left and the fixtures, you'd probably say if Abbey Hay win that game, it's pretty much
curtains.
done and dusted. If City Liverpool manage to get a win, it's game on.
It is game on.
So I mean,
that said, they got battered on Tuesday night 7-0.
Yeah.
So another disastrous result for them.
Yeah. It's. And we've been through this all before with City and Liverpool this season. Time after time, it's big results that have gone against them. And I think we've now kind of gone from castigating them for just not performing to the level that we thought that they should be at, to just kind of feel I've just got nothing but sympathy for them at the minute, because they're the victim of running of the club that's not been necessarily to the best interests of it. We realise that they've got very little money to spend, so Brodie's kind of having to make do with what he can at the minute. There's no doubt that there's been a market improvement since he's come in, but those big defeats are starting to creep back in again.
Yeah, they've had some strange results, because
really
even though they're getting beat every week, some weeks it's by the odd goal.
Yeah.
Abbey Hay, was it St Helens?
1-0, yeah.
One goal, late goal. And then the following game it's 6, 7s and 8s.
Yeah.
One thing I will say is, though, Richard will definitely not give up on it.
No, he can't. He's not got a great deal of choices at the moment. But I mean, I don't know whether we crossed over a little bit there, but it was Abbey Hay that beat City Liverpool on Saturday, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Sorry. So Prestwich Hayes now. Yeah, Prestwich Hayes. I look at them and think to myself, next season they're going to be forced to be reckoned with. Because they'll be a really good, well-established team come next season.
Yeah, very much so. It takes a lot to win, 7-0 in this division. Again, I know City Liverpool have got a mountain of problems, but the manner in which Prestwich Hayes have gone about that result is just purely professional. And I was listening to their manager and their social media guy prior to the game, and he said that there's more pressure on Prestwich Hayes, because although City and Liverpool have lost their last 16 games in a row, with each passing fixture there's more pressure on the next team to win against City and Liverpool and kind of do what was expected and what, again, over half the other teams in that division have managed to achieve. And the way that they've gone about putting City and Liverpool to bed, unfortunately so early on, that's a bit of a hallmark of a team that are very professional and know exactly what they've got to do when they've got to do it. I wouldn't surprise me, like you say, if they start to mount a bit more of a charge up the table, maybe this season, certainly next season. I think they might be ready to make a challenge for something. Yeah,
I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but I think next season, I mean, we're looking at another player there, Luke Barron, played for us briefly a couple of seasons ago, 3 seasons ago. A player that wasn't really rated by a couple of managers, certainly. I don't think Pascal Chimbonda thought he was anything to look at, but he got that one wrong.
Got that spectacularly wrong, didn't he?
Yeah, Luke Barron's a decent player.
By all accounts, on the score sheet again after half an hour at the community ground there. Not an enormous plunderer of goals generally. I think it's much more spread out at Prestwich Hayes than Chadderton by contrast. But nonetheless, Byron's contributing there and contributing to the Prestwich cause that's seen them leap up into the top half of the table. Handful of points behind Stockport Town and FC St Helens with a couple of games in hand on them. This could look really promising for the Hayes.
Yeah. Well, listen, when you sent me this story about Jack Edwards, I had to think to myself.
Did it not?
Well, it threw me a little bit because
I'm
thinking.
Throw you?
I'm thinking, who is he? And then I realised.
Guy.
Yeah, I realised because he'd not been long out of the Pilks job, so he's replaced. He's the new manager of Cheadle.
Yeah, he's replaced Jake Davies. Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't work that one out. So for anybody that doesn't know what Jack Edwards did on Boxing Day, he managed to beat FC St Helens in a local derby. I think it was 3-2, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah.
And then immediately after the game, he decided to resign.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Didn't make any sense at all.
No, he's a young manager. He was very, very highly rated by Pilks. Done some really good stuff on, a sensible budget. With a catchment area that includes FC St Helens, Prescot, us. And he seemed to have done really well. Pilks weren't where they wanted to be, and I don't think that was where Jack Edwards wanted them to be. But to have left them on, with over half the season to go, there seemed to have been more questions there about what was going on.
But I just assumed that he was a coach and he was running his coaching skills,
which he is, yeah,
and he was probably overworked with that. And that's why he'd sort of stepped out of management, but he's not been out of management that long because he's now the new manager of
Cheadle Town. Yeah, they're a team that we don't really talk about that much. They kind of blend into the background. They're 17th in the league, no danger of relegation, but no realistic chance at promotion. If they really wanted to, they could challenge for the top half of the table. If they strung together some really decent results. I think with Jack Edwards behind them, you wonder whether that he's any better than Jake Davis. He might be. But I think he's got a lot of work to do to try and galvanise Cheadle Town into a position where they're having to work for something. And I know that sounds dead tight because you want every team to push as hard as they can. But once you've been kind of mired in that mediocrity position where you're not going to get relegated, but you're not really going to challenge for anything, you're kind of almost playing at half speed.
Yeah, it's the old nothing to play for adage.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah,
and a question for Andy really, because when you look at that league table there, obviously Andy's had a stellar career in non-league football. We'll talk about that later. But when you look at that league table now, you've been involved in North West Counties football, Unibond football, National League North. Did you actually play in the National League North?
Not when it was National League North. I played in Unibond Prem before there was a National League North.
I'm with you. So when you look at that table, when you look at that table now, the Premier Division of North West Counties, how do you view that now? Because we've got this, we talked about it last night, didn't we, I think, briefly, about the dilution in football. There's names in that league there that
There's
would never have graced North West Counties football.
Yeah, correct. I think we spoke the other day. If you go back to when I started playing non-league football, you had conference, and especially in the north of the country, conference. Then the Unibond Premier was the feeder league. Yeah. Unibond 1, Counties Prem, Counties 1. That was it. Yeah. There was no Easts and Wests and all that kind of stuff, Norths and whatever. So I think a lot of it's been diluted over the years, and you've got teams and players playing North West Counties football that 20 years ago would have been 2 or 3 steps below because there was less leagues. Yeah.
But that even in that division, the Premier, because we've got the North and South. Like you said, we know the South is a little bit weaker than the North.
But what it does do is it's giving opportunities to clubs to get promoted, to come through, like of Exton Villa came into the counties 2 or 3 seasons ago. Yeah. Obviously went up through the playoffs last season, and they've done a great job there. And what a setup they've got now as well.
Yeah, they were probably
one of the ones you can see kicking on. But you've got clubs in there that have been in there for 30, 40 years. I think Cheadle Town have probably been in the counties for 40 odd years maybe.
Well, since its inception, 50 years ago.
Very rarely go up, very rarely go down. Just stay at the level, and it's amazing that clubs like that carry on because we all know how hard it is in the current climate for clubs to carry on going and paying the bills.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about 2 clubs in particular, AFC Liverpool and City of Liverpool. We'll no doubt talk about them later on in the programme.
Again, 2 clubs that we believe are struggling, but they're fairly new clubs.
They are fairly new clubs.
So it's having that sort of background, and obviously we're involved with Skem, so we know how long Skem have been going. Yeah. They've got some of these clubs have got foundations in the background that have been going for a long, long time.
Well, one of them South Liverpool, isn't it? I mean, South Liverpool re-emerged. I mean, South Liverpool were one of the big teams in non-league football, weren't they?
Yeah.
I remember. Was it? Who was it? John Aldridge played for South Liverpool, did he?
I'm not sure.
Back in the day.
Yeah, it wasn't obviously Steve Iwo was a Scam, wasn't he? But
yeah.
There was, I think they had 2 or 3 that came through at South Liverpool and then ended up playing Division 1 football back in the day before the Premier League started.
Well, they're playing on a community hub now, aren't they? Whereas they had their own ground back in the day.
Really?
Do you remember the old ground?
No.
I do. It was a bit of a heap, I think. A bit of a pile.
I think I was at school back then.
One of the quintessential non-league football grounds that we've lost. So to see them re-emerge and consolidate themselves in the Premier Division after last season's promotion is quite good. I think and it's been mentioned today. It was mentioned on some forum on Facebook about teams that are ground sharing shouldn't be playing football in the northwest counties. They shouldn't be part of the non-league system. But you know, for teams like that, we're talking about hubs now, aren't we? A lot of the grounds that we played on now, they're literally going up to the. Well, look at Lower Breck now. Lower Breck is in the Northern Premier League West.
They play in the leisure centre.
And they've got a good possibility of going up again.
Yeah.
So now we're getting clubs that started right down at Liverpool County Prem, still playing in the same facilities. They're making slight alterations to it, and they're pushing themselves really, really high. Listen, we'll talk about that later anyway, about teams that natural levels. I think I wrote an article the other day.
Regards to the ground sharing, if they stop allowing teams to ground share to play in the North West County, you're not going to get any new teams in. Because how many clubs do you know that are below, that have their own ground, their own facilities? There's very few and far between these days. Teams do ground share, and it works for some teams. It worked for FC United for 20 odd years. And look at them now. Built themselves into a fantastic club.
Who's that, sorry?
FC United.
Oh, FC United, of course, I mean, that's a success story in itself, isn't it? But they're very few and far between. I think I tried to argue the case because I think it got taken down as quick as it went up, because Sean Lynch, who's the chairman of Everton LR, he turned around and said, I don't think any team should be promoted into the league if the ground sharing. So I sort of came back on that one and said, slight difference with Skem. Skem were in a ground in Skem, which was deemed to be their own ground, if you like, albeit tenants. But we dropped out because we failed the FIFA bounce test. So
circumstances, everyone's got different circumstances.
Well, I think he said something about hard work. You've got to do the long hours to get yourself into a position where you're in the non-league system and you can start progressing.
Well,
we've been doing it for 144 years, haven't we?
We have. Yes, you've got to work hard. You're also, you can be a beneficiary of certain relationships and bridges that you build within your own community. I led to believe that Atherton LR have got a really strong relationship with Safe Gas, who have invested quite a lot of money into their club and helped to build those solid foundations, which has led Atherton LR to be, where they are on and off the pitch. And yes, I get that some teams don't have that luxury, or they're fighting in a very, very diluted area of the country. We've talked about Liverpool already. We're talking about Cheadle, who are having to battle with the Nomads as well as the Stockport teams. And to a lesser extent, they're fighting with Glossop as well for that kind of publicity and that kind of financial assistance that is then going to allow them to build a financial stability to then find their own ground.
Listen, we were going to talk about it later, but we may as well talk about the subject now.
Let's do it.
AFC Liverpool and City of Liverpool, two teams that were born out of frustration, if you like, because of the growing concern with Hicks and Gillette at Liverpool. No longer owners of Liverpool, but at the time, disillusioned supporters decided they wanted to find a cheaper way of watching football. They decided to start their own football clubs. I think maybe Sean Lynch is attacking them more
the breakaway.
The clubs that I've said this before on the show before, when they first came into when they were founded, my position with it was that if you want to go and support a local non-league football club, there's plenty there to support within Liverpool. The likes of Bootle and Marine and
Prescot
Cables, that really well-established teams. Go and support them before you start a new football club. But for some reason, they decided to do it their way. It's all coming to a head now. We've heard AFC Liverpool have complained about the lack of finances.
That's correct.
We know City of Liverpool have tried to get their own pitch in the past, and it's not happened. So maybe Sean is talking more directly to football clubs like that, and I do sympathise with that theory. I don't know what you think, Andy, but because you played for AFC Liverpool.
I did when they first started. I'm sure we'll talk about that later, or we're going to talk about it now. But I just think with that, it's sort of a 50-50 sort of split in opinions, isn't it? Because you've got new teams. It's great to see new teams formed. It's great to see people getting involved in new teams because it brings people into the non-league scene. Personally, for me, I'd rather go and watch a non-league game than go and sit at Anfield for 90 minutes because I've done that before many a time, and I enjoy watching non-league more. So if you can pull supporters away from the bigger clubs into non-league, that's great. So I think starting new teams and new teams up and coming is great. But I see it on the other side. What he's saying is you've got all these years and years of foundations that you've built up, and it's money, time, effort, so many people, volunteers putting all the time in, and for then another club just to go, oh, we'll set a club up, we'll ground share, and we're in the same league as you. I totally get where he's coming from. So I can see it on both sides.
But on the other side, like you said, they're established football clubs now. Are they ones 10 years old, I think, is it?
I think AFC
the other
Liverpool
ones. But AFC Liverpool a little bit older.
AFC's older,
AFC's 2008, was it? 2000? Yeah.
Something like that. So they've got a history.
18 years old,
They've got a history now. People are obviously attached to them football clubs.
Yeah.
So I do feel sorry for them. But I don't think much sympathy will come their way if they do go out of business.
Well, yeah.
And that's a sad indictment on probably the frustrations of most people in non-league football. And you've just said it there, you hit the nail on the head. It's in terms of the fact that there was teams there to support. Teams that needed support, they needed more help. The success story, of course, is FC United. They ground share for years at Bury. I think they went on to Radcliffe, didn't they, and various other places before they actually got their own
ground in Moston.
And they might kick on again. I think I put it in the article the other day, is they might kick on again because if Sir Jim Radcliffe continues alienating United support away from Manchester, then if FC United second, third in the
national
third,
in the Northern Premier
Division,
if they get promoted, they're in the National League North. If you piss. We swore twice.
We're going to need to put in that language warning
I
at the
was
start.
going to ask before we started, is it swearing aloud? But I thought,
we don't normally, but we think
we did it for the first time last week. We broke that barrier.
Yeah, so we got told off.
We're now officially a podcast for
found out people,
older teenagers and fully grown adults. If you're a child, turn this off.
What I was trying to say was that eventually FC United get another promotion, and Sir Jim Ratcliffe carries on the way he is, then he's going to drive more supporters their way, and they could be a bigger success story longer term than we actually think they are, because I think they started off around about 3,500 supporters. Didn't
it was a bit more than I think.
It was a lot, and to be fair to them, when they started, they've done it the right way. They got a lot of support in, and obviously if you do the math on, I'm guessing it was back when they started, North West Counties, probably £4 or £5 to get in. Getting 3,000 supporters through the gate a week, plus away fans, it's massive.
Yeah, it is.
And they've done it right. And I mean, I think I was at the ground at FC United with you end of last season watching a cup final. And what a ground that is now.
Broadfield Park.
Oh, absolutely superb. They have built that club the right way. And a lot of people from the outside looking in, when they were ground sharing, probably thinking, especially playing at Bury, which would have cost quite a lot of money, I'm guessing. The ground share there, were probably thinking, well, why don't they get their own ground? Why are they paying all this money out? It's a waste of money. But they've done it gradually, and they've built a proper non-league club. And
they've done it really quick though, haven't they? Because if you look at the inception of Bramley Moor Dock and how long that took for Everton, there's no guarantee, is there? I mean, we're looking at us as a smaller football club, Skem United Football Club, getting them back into Skem. We've got no divine right to get back into Skem any sooner than Everton got Bramley Moor Dock. I know they already had a ground, slightly different situation, but I think the FC United story is definitely a success story. I still say, and I still maintain, though, fan-run football clubs, somewhere down the line, they falter. Chester and Bury, I don't know how big it can get for them. I don't see a story where they go up into the Football League anytime soon. I really don't.
Neither.
Bury either. I mean, Chester, we assume Chester do it, and I think they flirted. Did they get back into the National League?
So they're
and then drop back down to the National League North. I can't remember.
They're in the National League North right now, and they're kind of floating lower mid-table. They're far below Marine, and teams like that. Even Chorley, they're beneath Chorley at the minute. There's no chance they're going to make this.
A lot of clubs find their level, don't they? They get to the level which is probably the ceiling of what they can go, barring someone coming in, bankrolling it, which I think we spoke about the other day.
Yeah, you've got a huge pocket.
There's 3 or 4 things that, your own ground is a massive one. We spoke about that for the last 2 years. That's a huge one. FC United have done it brilliantly, and probably the only ones that have done it right, who've not had a ground and then got their own ground. They've done it brilliantly. Bankrolled by the supporters that they've had coming through the door. So you need your own ground first and foremost, and you either need a massive support or you need someone bankrolling it to move through them leagues, because once you get to a certain level, probably conference level, it's a lot of money.
So that's what I'm saying. 3,000 or 4,000 supporters, Chester and Bury, but run by supporters. At what level do they peak before they invite private investors?
Yeah, time will tell. I think Bury have got a couple more levels to go, but certainly Conference Northish maybe before they need to. I mean, we don't know obviously what their bank accounts are looking like. We don't know how well run they are. Obviously, Jono's got in there now. I'm sure he's going to do a good job. I think they're going to go up again this season. But there is a ceiling that you get to when you think, right, we need to smash through this ceiling. It's all about money, isn't it? It's all about, at the end of the day,
money plays such
money's a massive part,
there are
especially when you get to the top levels of that league.
There are exceptions to the fact. I think Exeter and AFC Wimbledon, they're fan-run football clubs, but they're competing in the football league.
Yeah,
so
they're incredibly rare, though.
Yeah,
incredibly rare. Like if you look at, I mean, we're talking about South Liverpool and AFC Liverpool, and particularly AFC Liverpool, compared to a team like FC United and Manchester. FC United and Manchester had about 4 times the fan amount to go and set this football club up at the breakout of Manchester United being taken over by the Glazers than AFC Liverpool did. AFC Liverpool started out with 1,000 fans. Their game in the middle of the week against Exton Villa, 91 turned out. 91. So that's a loss of 909 fans.
Well, you know better than anyone. You started at the beginning of the
when AFC Liverpool was up and coming, when I say up and coming, when they were getting put together, for a word, obviously FC United have been going for probably 4 or 5 years, maybe previous to that, 6 years, maybe a little bit longer.
2005 they did.
So a few years before. And obviously what you said before, it was off the back of supporters, Premier League supporters, demoralised by that, and let's set up then blah blah. And Derek Goulden, who's my old Prescot manager, got the job. He was the first manager of AFC Liverpool, and they were of the thoughts that it would be another FC United. They'd be getting thousands through the door and blah blah. And I think Derek signed about 11 or 12 of us over from Prescot in the county's Division 1, I think it was at the time, and we were all getting paid good money, probably Northern Prem money at the time, on the premise that they were thinking supporters wise. And at the start they were probably getting 1,800 on, which probably again not enough, because we played at Prescot, they're paying for the ground, and I think we won 11 out of 11 games at the start of the season, and then they had to reduce the wage budget by a significant amount because they didn't get as many fans through the door as they expected. And I think the model of it was supposed to be akin to the FC United model, but it was never going to be as big. Looking back now, you know, at the time people get excited, but looking back now, it's never going to be as big as that kind of model. And they've, what are they now, 18 years in, and unfortunately it's looking like it's coming.
They're starting to struggle quite substantially.
Coming to the end, I mean.
And yet City of Liverpool, they started off a lot better and brighter than AFC Liverpool, and you've, it's only a couple of seasons ago when they were in the playoff final against Prescott and vying for the Northern Premier League, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Prescott went up in their place, didn't they?
So that was very, very recent, that one.
Just shows you how quickly it can change as well.
Yeah. Listen, we'll probably talk about more of that later, but listen, we've got to finish off the North West Counties Premier Division. Pilks are having a tough time. We spoke to their manager, Glenn Hurst, on the show shortly after he was announced as Edwards' replacement. He's managed to secure just 1 point since his arrival. The problem appears to be scoring goals, although they've been conceding a few as well.
They certainly have. They're the second team in the North West Counties Premier to concede 100 goals or more this season. There's still 10 games to go, and they've now conceded 109.
21 in the last 6 games.
Yeah,
that's shocking.
They've only scored 2.
Only scored 2?
Yeah, it speaks volumes, doesn't it? So he's got a lot of work on his hands.
There's an awful lot of work all over the pitch. Again, you kind of have to wonder what financial backing is coming his way. I know that they've signed a lot of players.
I was just going to say that I'm guessing the turnover of players in the last few weeks since the old manager getting the job at Cheadle and the new manager coming in. I know there's a bit of a gap between them.
There is often a bit of a gap, yeah.
But the turnover of players is probably massive, ins and outs.
Yeah.
Well, you know that yourself. We're taking on the Skem job, so we will talk about that
Revolving
later.
door.
There is a bit of a turnover of players, but that's not to say that they don't have some good players in their system already. You know, Tom Smith and Jack Pearce, 2 ex-Skem lads, who've both got talent in bucketfuls. Pilks have also just recently signed Darren Brannigan, who was one of the top scorers in Division 1 North for McGull last season. He's come on board for Pilks as well. So there are players in there that can do it.
Well, we did feel as though he took the job thinking that, we've got enough points in the bank here now to make major changes. I think if I'd been a manager going in there, I think I'd have tweaked it a little by little.
Yeah.
Rather than you don't have to do it straight away, do you? If you've got points in the bag, you do not need to go wholesale changes.
Not all in one go. I think I said that when I come into Skem. You don't want to bring so many people in one go.
No.
Gradually. I mean, especially
sometimes you don't have the choice.
No,
of course,
you don't have the choice at
to a large
times.
degree.
You look at the league table there. You'd like to say, barring a miracle, is safe.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at that now. I'd have said that originally, but now they're on 30 points. Yeah. That line is the bottom 3. I don't know why they put the bottom 3 because
there's 2. There's 2 to relegate.
There's 2 to go down.
Yeah.
They're not going to relegate, but that line on the table itself is bottom 3.
So there's 2 going. So I mean, City Liverpool are 14 points behind them.
Yeah.
So
I think they're relatively
barring
safe.
A miracle, they're relatively safe.
Miracle.
So maybe he's thinking of building for next season and see how they go from there. So.
He's jump starting it very, very early.
Yeah,
I think he's.
Yeah,
he is, and unless he's looking to kind of ride out the absolute worst before it gets better and preying on the goodwill of his chairman.
Listen, hopefully he'll be listening to the show and he'll probably message me and tell me there's a method behind his madness, if you can call it that. He won't like me saying that, but I don't mean it in that manner. Just think, given the fact that they had all them points in the bag, slow, slow changes rather than quick. But never mind anyway. Division 1 North. It's been a good week for Droylsden with a 6-1 win over Steeton at the weekend and a 2-0 win over AFC Blackpool. Midweek they stand proud at the top of the league.
Yeah, they do. We thought that this might happen. We knew that Droylsden were going to be in there anyway, but I think that they're starting to stamp a bit more authority on that league. The team, the leader is changing every single week. I feel like we'll see less of that now. I think it's Droylsden and Nelson. I feel like those are the 2 teams that are going to kind of see it out to the end. I know Nelson are 9th, but they've got 7 games in hand.
Well, that's what I said. They're 10 points behind Droylsden with 7 games in hand. But I have to say, for the first time in a long time, I actually feel as though they're not going to win it.
I was just going to, because you go back about a month and a half. Yeah. Nelson had four games in hand, maybe, and they've been in that many cup games and had some games postponed. That the longer that drags out and the more games you get in hand, it's so hard to pull that back and win them. Especially because we all know what North West Counties is like.
Yeah.
You get to the end of the season, they're going to be playing Saturday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday for 2 or 3 weeks to catch them games up.
Yeah.
If we look at the stats there, I mean, they've technically with all those games in hand, they could go 11 points.
They could.
Yeah. But I've got this feeling I can't see it. And of course, the last league game that they played was against Droylsden, wasn't it? And they got battered 3-0.
Was it 3? It was 3-0, wasn't it? Yeah, I thought it was 2, but no, you're right. I think I think Droylsden have now kind of started to. I don't want to say that they wanted to pull it together, but I think in the way that they are attack wise, I think less of the pressure's now being put on Nelson Van as it was earlier in the season to come up with the goals. He was their danger man. He was the guy that they'd always turn to. Now they brought in Cody Artwell, scored against AFC Blackpool on Wednesday. I think he scored as well against Steeton. I think he might have even grabbed a hat-trick against Steeton at the weekend. No, he got 4, so there you go. So 5 goals in 2 games for Artwell. He's a perfect foil for Nelson Banners, that kind of duo up front that's going to, I think certainly secure them in the playoffs, maybe even secure them the title.
Yeah, I think with Drozen as well, that Dave Pace probably looking at that thinking, well, everyone knows Nelson have got that many games in hand. It might get to the point where Drozen and maybe a couple of others, MSB Walton, Squires Gate are up there, Darwin are up there, where they just take the handbrake off and think, let's try and amass as many points as we can. It's nothing to lose, because Nelson are expected to bog the league even with them games in hand. And sometimes that works in your favour, because they play without the handbrake on and they go and steam, and all of a sudden Nelson drop points 2 or 3 games, and then they have to win the games in hand then to go 3 points clear. And it's so hard to claw them ones back. Like you said, Frank, I don't know, if you'd have asked me a month ago, I'd have said Nelson are going to win it by 10 points. If you ask me now,
no, not convinced.
To me, it would be. I mean, I know MSB are up there,
but you want to see Drozen do well, don't you? Because they're a big, they're a naturally big club, aren't they? And they'll grow with it with every division that they go. They've been too long in the. Is it the second season in the south? They were started in the south, and then they were sidestepped over to the north, weren't they?
I think as well. Dave's been there a long time. He took them all the way to the conference, so he's got the experience and the know-how and knows what he's doing to get them back up to where they want to be. But now,
you just want to see them do well, don't you?
It's a toss of a coin.
Yeah. At the bottom of the league then, Ashton Athletic have won the last 2 games on the bounce, both on Tuesday nights. The most recent was this Tuesday when they beat Thornton Cleveley's 3-1. Andy, you've been to both games watching your son. What do you put their sudden good form down to?
It's not just your son. Yeah. Okay, he's not the sole reason why they're good for.
It's just me going watching.
That's it.
That's the other reason.
Watch both games.
Yeah. You're the lucky child.
Wasn't at the one the week before when they got beat.
Yeah. Pity you can't do that for Skem. Sorry, a bit feel over the belt then.
Right, I'll see you Saturday. I wouldn't put it down to good form, I'll be honest. They've been playing like that all season. What they've struggled to do is put the ball in the back of the goal, in the back of the net. They've signed 2 strikers. One, Marcus Cassani, being at Runcorn, so I believe. And it's just made a massive difference. He signed Gilchrist and Pilks as well. There's another one who's left Pilks. He wasn't playing on Tuesday, he wasn't available. But they've not really altered the way that they've been playing. They play some really good football. Some of the games, if I showed you a game on a VO, for example, and took the goals out and said who wins the game, 9 times out of 10 you go, Ashton must have won that. And they haven't been. They've been struggling to put the ball in the back of the net. But these signing them, especially because he was man of the match on Tuesday night, he was superb. Scored a cracking goal as well, set one up. I think that's been the difference. I said to Dave Tickle, who's the assistant manager down there, one of my best mates, if he'd have been with them all season, they would be at least mid-table, in my opinion. You know what it's like when you're down there. Your luck's not in sometimes, but I think they've got a tough game Saturday. They've got Maghull away, but the big one's next Wednesday. They're away at Garstang. Which obviously, if they can get a win there.
It's all about Garstang. They're bottom. We're probably looking at the bottom team only going down. That's what we're probably suggesting, isn't it? There's not going to be more than one team relegated at the bottom of any of these divisions again. But Garstang certainly look doomed unless they get a reprieve at the end of the season.
Well, they've accrued more points than we did last season. Their points per game is, much higher. That I don't. Honestly, looking at it, I don't believe that they'll.
They've got 2 games in hand on everybody else.
They do have 2 games in hand on everybody else, but even then, 3 wins and 7 draws all season, and they struggled last season as well. A couple of their best players left at the end of last season as well, so that has made it sort of far more difficult for them to capitalise on surviving last season. So they're now once again trying to survive rather than
what I've heard as well. Don't take this as gospel, as it's probably come to me as a rumour, is that they are starting to get in the AFC Liverpool / City Liverpool boat as well. They're struggling, from what I've heard.
Who's this?
Garstang.
Crikey.
Yeah.
Where did Garstang previously play? They were like a West Lancs team, were they originally?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
I don't remember them being in the North West Counties last time.
No. Lovely little setup.
Yeah.
Gorgeous stadium.
One of the smallest pitches I think I've ever seen.
Really?
But really nice setup.
So that's how Peter Moore scored a 40-yarder.
Yeah.
It was actually 35.
It was like a end of summer evening, wasn't it? It was a nice night,
absolutely amazing.
Good club. Nice people there as well. Guy Effernan's still the manager there. Nice people, but they're struggling, and I'll be honest, I can't see anyone other than them finishing bottom of the league. And then it's down to the powers that be, that whether they go down or whether they don't. And obviously we know there's certain clubs looking at coming back into the league and coming up into the league, so we'll see what happens in the summer with that one.
It could be a really tricky one for them.
Division 1 South, Runcorn Town's lead at the top has been reduced to just 1 point, solely because they've the last two away games have been postponed due to bad weather. So Eccleshall took advantage of that, beating Stockport Georgians 2-0 on Wednesday night. Telford, as we mentioned earlier, were battered 10-1 by Nelson in the Macron Cup, but haven't played a league game since the 24th of January when they were battered 6-0 by Sandbach. Previous guest Matty Boswell left the club to take up the vacant seat at Shawbury at the lower end of the table, which nobody quite knew why at the time, but rumour has had it since then that Hayden Dando, the chairman, didn't want the club to go up, and as such he pulled the budget. Matty has since taken quite a few players with him to Shawbury. Not that it's made a great deal of difference. They are bottom of the form league. Runcorn Town are still top of the form league by default, really, because they've not played a game since they last won.
No, and obviously have their points advantage over Eccleshall cut significantly due to the resignation of Wolverhampton Sporting Community, which lost them a full 6 points. Which was an object of ire for Runcorn's managers. I think we've got to give an enormous amount of props to Eccleshall for the manner in which they not only took points from Stockport Georgians, but how they did it as well. Keeping a clean sheet against a team who are, what are they, second in the form table? Yeah, the third in the form table. 4 wins and a draw from their last 5 games before Wednesday night. 25 goals scored as well. I think it was 13 of which have come from Oliver McFadden, and they kept him quiet the entire game, and then scored 2 as well to just again cement their place in second. I'm absolutely convinced they'll make the playoffs. They may even overhaul Runcorn. I didn't think it was possible at this point, but with kind of Lady Luck shining a bit of a light on Eccleshall and Liam Kelly, maybe they could do it this time.
Yeah, I think Runcorn are too good at this point.
I'd say Runcorn. I mean, obviously before
we watched them at the beginning of the season, didn't we, against us? They ran riot against us. And arguably you could say that we had probably a better team at that stage during the pre-season. Or a more sort of experienced team at that stage. Okay. So they were awesome. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But can we talk about Telford?
I was just going to say that amazes me. That amazes me.
Yeah. We both know Matty Boswell, don't we?
I know Matty well, yeah. I play with him at Prescot. A cracking lad as well.
I've not spoken to him. I'd love to know what the gossip is.
Because Telford and Runcorn have been neck and neck all season. And it amazes me that if that's true, what the chairman's done. What a waste. Matty must have been absolutely gutted. What a waste of hard work. Everything you put into it in a season to get into a position where you are going for the title, looking at going up, possibly through the playoffs, and for that to be pulled. We don't know the reasons for it, if it's true.
But is this good house management from the chairman? Because the split appeared to be quite amicable, didn't it? There was no ructions, there was no bad words said.
No.
Matty, thanked the club, as did Hayden thank him in return.
Yeah.
But if he believes the club's not quite ready to move to a higher level, then he sort of has the right to protect the legacy of the football club.
But how dramatically has this budget been pulled? Because even a team like Telford should not be losing 10-1 to Nelson. No way that should happen unless almost all of the budget has gone.
I mean, you can say be careful what you wish for on it, because if that's true that he has pulled the budget, we don't know whether it's been halved, quartered, pulled entirely. You've lost. I'm guessing you've lost most of the team. I know Matty's took quite a few with him too.
8 the last time I checked.
Don't know a great deal about Hayden, but wasn't Hayden
Salford.
involved with Hensford Town a few years ago?
Wouldn't know.
I'm not sure.
But what thing is that you think, well, obviously Telford have got 43 points, they're not going anywhere out of that league, they're not going to go down. Possible they won't make the playoffs now if they have done what the rumour is that they have done. The problem I can see for them is next season, because that's a full rebuild.
How do they survive next season?
Well, they've already started the rebuild.
They've started rebuilding, but it's a full, what's to say, this time next season they're not languishing down the bottom because of... It's opinions. It's if he's protecting the club, and the club's more important than anything. I agree with that.
They were only just being promoted, haven't they, from one of the Staffordshire leagues? I
think they've been.
They won that league last year. Matty was there last year, and they've obviously got ideas of moving up through the leagues because they come up last season. So to then say that this season, it's a strange one. But again, we don't know the ins and outs of it. We don't know the finances. We don't know how the club's set up. Obviously, once you go up to the Premier Division, there's a lot more travel.
Yeah, well, you'd like to think that the chairman's done his due diligence and worked all of that out in advance, but the shock can come later. And listen, I'm not suggesting for 1 minute, but if you're a Bearscough football club at the moment, do you want to be promoted? Listen, if you get promoted, you take it. But do you actually want to be promoted just yet, or do you want to hang on another year?
I think it depends who you are. If you're the manager and the players, 100% you want to get promoted.
Of course you do.
If you're like yourself as a chairman sat there going through obviously everything you need to think about, you think, well, we might struggle if we go up.
Well, it's a lot of travelling at Telford in the North West Counties Premier.
Exactly, this is it.
And that's assuming they go there and they don't go. They might get.
They don't go to the Midland League.
They end up in the Midland League.
Well,
Winsford
they could do.
And the thing is,
they're not massively supported either, are they? So I mean, that plays a big part in it as well.
They're not massively supported, and this has been a bugbear of ours for the entirety of the season. Really, is teams who categorically should be in the Midland divisions are in the Northwest counties and are completely alienating their own fans by having to travel so far north.
That's an FA decision, isn't it? Not down to the leagues.
So I know it's an FA.
But then you ask yourself, why did they put 19 teams in the South Division and 18 in the North Division? When you've got
because there's just an imbalance, and we've talked about the dilution in football. Once again, there's that many teams now. If they increase from 17, the step 6 from 17 to 24, then you're going to have another division in the Northwest counties. You're going to dilute that further. You're going to have more teams playing on sporting hubs, football hubs, community hubs. And just listen, if we just go back, because we were talking about Droylsden before and the fact that they're so well supported, and then we were looking at Nelson and saying, well, we're not too sure whether Nelson will automatically go up now. But looking at their support, they beat Telford 10-1 on Tuesday, Wednesday night, whatever it was. 52, crowd of 52.
Yeah, that's not brilliant, is it? And they're playing tonight as well, aren't they? They're playing they've got a league game tonight.
Thursday night game,
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very, very tight turnaround there for Nelson. And
so support plays a big part in this, and you can only assume that if Hayden's been doing his homework, he's either got frightened by the fact that he stood a good chance of going up. Where are they now? They're still in the top 5, aren't they?
They're still fourth, yeah.
Yeah, I mean they've got
games in hand on the teams above them.
They've got to do a lot of losing, haven't they, to get out of them playoffs?
Yeah,
they do.
What do you do then? Obviously, you've changed the team round. They're going to struggle in them playoff finals anyway, aren't they? Based on the squad that they've got now.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really see them getting past an Eccleshare or a Stockport or even a Sandbach right now. And again, that is assumed that they stay in the playoffs. At this point, Asheville are hitting the hitting their form.
A bit of form actually.
They're hitting the form at the right time. Ironically enough, they're doing that with a change in personnel between the sticks. Sean Draper's been their goalkeeper almost the entirety of the season, nowhere to be seen for the last 4 games. So unless he's gone up, which, as a Skem lad, we really hope he has done, then that is a change in personnel that we didn't see coming. But Asheville have been able to compensate for that, and they're still in the battle for the playoffs right now.
And consistent on
They have been remarkably consistent. I know they drew 2-2 with Barnton at the weekend, when perhaps the end of that was a game that maybe they should have won. Barnton not shining on form at the minute, but Asheville, even with a point, still giving themselves a decent shout, and that's not even taking into account Stafford Town, whose season again is so much different from last season. Last season they made it to 2 cup finals and the playoffs.
Yeah.
They did amazingly well last season.
Disappointing season for them.
Well, I think that's largely down to the loss of Matthew Hersey, who's moved to Stafford Rangers in the...
Well, you've got 2 clubs there, haven't you? Again, we're talking about dilution. Telford Town.
Telford and Telford, yeah.
And AFC Telford. You've got
Telford.
Stafford Town and you've got Stafford Rangers.
Yeah.
2 naturally bigger clubs than,
of course.
than
Stockport,
both.
Georgians. I mean, how many teams are in Stockport?
Well, you've already got Stockport Town and Stockport County, and then you've got the Cheadle clubs, and then you've got the South Manchester.
Which one used to be Woodley Sports? Is that Stockport Town now?
Stockport Town, I think it is.
Yeah, because they used to be Woodley Sports. They play on a plastic pitch as well, don't they?
Yeah, they got I think it was 2 or 3 4Gs round there.
Yeah, they got Stockport Sports.
But they were one of the first clubs in the Northwest Counties to have
that. Yeah. But don't forget that you've got the Wythenshaws as well.
Yeah, you've got the Wythenshaws
around the corner. There's a lot of clubs in that area.
Yeah.
And obviously, we're talking about bringing supporters through. There's a lot of clubs in that area that they've all these clubs are vying to bring more supporters in. It's tough for them.
Yeah.
So listen, if Hayden Dando is listening to the show at all and he'd like to give a bit more context to what's been going on,
we'd love to hear.
At Telford, we'd love to hear from you. So listen, bottom of the table, Hormond is still bottom of the table with Shawbury just above, 3 points behind Alsager Town. No change there.
No change there. I'm not sure how much change there's going to be, really, with Wolverhampton sporting community having kind of resigned. I think it's just a case of seeing whether Hormond have enough on their PPG to kind of save them from any kind of relegation instigated by the FA.
Yeah. So listen, we'll move on to the FA Vars. West Didsbury and Chorlton managed to beat Winsford in the rearranged 5th round FA Vars game on Saturday. They managed a 4-1 win in front of a gate of 1,151, and AJ is sighing slightly because he thought that Winsford would beat West Didsbury.
Yes, I did.
I predicted that one. Listen, we didn't mention it in last week's show, but the previous week's score was 17-17.
We were deadlocked
in predictions. Now, this week, an opportune moment to mention it. It's 2019 to the winner this week, Frank Hughes.
Yay!
Yeah, so it was probably just down to that West Didsbury and Chorlton.
It really was down to that West Didsbury and Chorlton one.
But listen, well done to them anyway. Nice to see them getting to the next round. Who are they playing, by the way?
They are playing... Ooh, that's a good question.
I can't remember.
I don't know if the draw's been made.
It has. I saw it the other day.
Has
I can't
it
remember who it was.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it had already been made, hadn't it?
Yeah.
Because Strolson got through.
Yeah, of course it did. Yeah, because they're playing that team with the name that I laugh at. What are they called? Cockfosters. That's the one.
We're so immature.
How old are you?
We're so immature, those blokes, aren't we? But the minute you mentioned Cockfosters, we all smiled. Yeah, that's ridiculous, isn't it? But, so we've got 2 clubs representing.
They're West Didsbury and Chorlton, versus Winsford. So that was this one just gone. So the draw isn't being shown at the minute. That's excellent.
You just can't find it.
No, that's not it.
It is. It's been drawn.
Just talk amongst yourselves.
It was drawn when obviously Droylsden have got.
I've seen the draw. And I can't
Droylsden have got Cockfosters.
That's true.
Yeah. Listen, I'll let you talk.
Yeah, just talk amongst yourselves and I'll find it.
So, National League North, Marine and Southport took advantage of playing lowly opposition at the weekend. Both at home, both registered 5 goals on the scoreboard. Marine beat Leamington 5-0, while Southport beat Hereford 5-1. Southport managed a 0-0 draw at home to Buxton on Tuesday night in front of a crowd of over 1,000. They're now 4 points above the drop zone as well, so it's been a good week for the Sandgrounders.
Yeah, well, are you still looking for that?
No, I found it now. No. They've got either Hallen or Gornal Athletic.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes,
So
there you go.
We know that now.
Yeah, so it's a good week. I think we could all sit here and agree that we want to see them stay up.
Yeah,
be the local team.
Southport.
That's a good crowd for the midweek game.
Fantastic crowd, that.
Because they were, I think they were averaging under the old regime probably about 400 or 500 on a Tuesday night.
So Tuesday night this week, what you said, there was don't think there was any football on. It was Champions League playoffs. Because that does make a difference. We've said it ourselves. If Liverpool are at home or Everton are at home, then it does. Yeah, it makes especially when you're getting up to the size of crowds that they can bring in. It does make a difference in this area. But yeah, it'd be nice to see them stay up. With regards to Marine, what a season there, have we?
Yeah, fantastic.
Did anybody call this at the start of the season? Because I didn't.
No, I think we felt that both teams were going to struggle off the basis of what they did last season.
Exactly.
The only except what Marine pulled away, didn't they?
They did pull away from February onwards.
Last 10 games, they
did really well. Radcliffe Borough did similar, didn't they? They moved up.
Vaguely. Whereas
where Radcliffe are now as well.
4th. Radcliffe are 4th. Yeah. Absolutely mental that. Marine a 10th. But, you know...
if you look at the top teams in that league, there's a lot of ex-league teams in there.
Yeah,
there's a lot of ex-conference teams in there.
Hereford's second from bottom.
Yeah.
That's what did they used to average back in the day?
It must have been 5 or 6.
Yeah.
That's a drop and a half. But, for Radcliffe to be up there...
4th,
within the teams that are up there is a great achievement for them.
South Shields, Fylde, Kidderminster, Scarborough, Macclesfield, all of these teams, big names, big crowds, big following. Darlington as well, and Marine. You know, I don't want to call them a plucky team from outside of Liverpool, but amazing what they're doing in the context of what these other teams around them. Yeah. And they are not out of playoff contention either. No. They've got a bit of a gap to cover. I think there's about 7 points between themselves and Kidderminster, but who are in 5th. But even then, you know, you look at teams like Telford and Scarborough. There's just a handful of points in it. You know, 1 or 2 games, you know, that swing your favour, and Marine are right back in there asking questions.
Marine now is they can have a good go because they've got nothing to lose. They're not going to go down.
Certainly.
And I think their remit at the start of the season probably would have been stay in the league,
stabilise,
and they'll be wanting over the next 2 or 3 years to consolidate as a national North team. So they've done.
But there's another club though, isn't it? If they did get into the playoffs and by any chance they managed to get promoted,
is it a step too far?
Yeah, because they're still waiting for their new ground approval, aren't they? So that they can build there. And the plans for the new stadium are fantastic, by the way. If it goes ahead, it'll be great. Your only worry about that is right now they are in the middle of their conurbation, aren't they? Their supporters are literally living right on top of them. You move to Edge Lane, Thornton, and it's further afield.
There's a lot more travelling required of these supporters.
It's not a great deal of travelling. It's just out of.
When I say a step too far, I don't mean from a footballing point of view. I mean from the logistics of a club of their size who haven't been at that level before. Yeah.
Will they be given a year's grace? Because if they're going into the National League proper, you need 4 sides. You need 4 sides in the National League, don't you?
I don't think. Do they?
I think you do.
It might be a very recent.
Once you get to that stage, you need 4. That's obviously why they're looking at moving to another ground because they can't sustain their level of growth.
Well, you'd say they're doing it the right way as well.
Yeah,
looking at another ground. I believe they're looking at keeping the ground they're at now and using that as a facility for the local community, which is brilliant.
Yeah, it brings them in,
which will bring in as another way of earning money for the club.
AFC Fylde did it in a really, really good manner, didn't they? They did it incrementally. Yeah. They put all their money into the grounds.
Their ground is insane.
Increasing their facilities.
Beautiful ground, it really is.
Yeah.
Kind of
I think all clubs have got to do the same. But listen, talking about Hereford did manage to beat Darlington on Tuesday night 1-0, I think it was. So it's not all over for Hereford by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, no, but it's a far cry from where they were and where I feel their supporters should be.
I went past their ground a couple of years ago, and it's. It was a dark and miserable day then.
It's Hereford. It's a dark and miserable place, isn't it?
Yeah. So the facility looks as though it's tired.
Yeah. Are they still playing at Edgar Street?
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
Still there?
Yeah, unless I've got that wrong. But anyway, listen. Move on. Marina are away to Oxford City this weekend, but Southport have a slightly more difficult away fixture at Kidderminster, who are in 5th place. And yet again, you're talking about another team that's played in the Football League, and there's a plethora in that National League North. That's how difficult that division is to get out of there now. It almost feels now like we have a Division 4 and 5 in the sort of national system.
I think you're probably right, to a degree. But again, how many of these teams make it up into the full Football League, but then comes tumbling straight back down again? I know it's gotten less in the last few years. You know, you got teams like Stevenage and Bromley, you know, teams who, you know, traditionally speaking, were never really involved in Football League level, but now... Crawley, that's an excellent example there. But
huge backing. Once again, this is what I'm saying. If your pockets are deep enough, you can take your club as high as you want.
There's a certain level that they get to, isn't there? Well, look at Fleetwood. I know they had deep pockets at one point, and look at how far they went. We touched on Fyle then. They got to the conference, in the conference last season, got relegated. Is that their ceiling at present? Do they need another injection of someone to come in with some money? Because facility-wise, in the Northwest, they're probably as good as you're going to get.
Originally, Kirkham and Wesham, weren't they? Or Kirkham originally. Then I think
FA winners.
Yeah, I think did they do back-to-back FA Vars wins? I can't remember now.
That's
or certainly back-to-back FA Vars finals. What an incredible sort of journey they've had.
Won it as Kirkham and Wesham, then went as AFC Fyle the following season, I think, was it? Pretty much straight away, wasn't it?
But if you look at with deep pockets, like we were talking about before, is look at Salford as an example. Salford, North West Counties team, no better than Skem. Skem with a better team, better club. Look at them now. But deep pockets.
Yeah, then Beckham, Neville, Scholes.
Makes a massive difference.
Singapore.
Makes a massive difference.
And Singapore. Yeah.
Singapore money.
We don't have that, unfortunately. No. We could ask Flowtech really nicely for some money. Maybe Muller Yogurt might help us out.
So listen, as much as we moan, as much as we moan about the dilution of football, it certainly done one thing. It makes it really, really interesting. Do we agree? Anyway, listen, moving on to Chorley. Andy Priest's 900th game as manager was against Radcliffe at the weekend. Sadly, they lost 1-0. Like Mark Hughes, now manager of Carlisle, Priest has had to rebuild his managerial career outside the Football League. He managed Bury for a few years while they were in the Football League. He was partly responsible for helping David Nugent build his career at Bury when other clubs rejected him, believe it or not. He went on to make Bury £1 million when he was sold to Preston North End. What do we make about managers like Andy Priest? Credit, kudos for dropping down. We've seen it with Mark Hughes at Carlisle. Who'd have expected him to be managing Carlisle? I wouldn't.
You've got to give them credit. I mean, 900 games. Wow, that's a lot of. A lot. When you say
very rare. That.
You're saying 40 to 50 games a season with cup games.
Yeah,
that's a lot of. That's 18 years minimum. And don't forget, I mean, as a manager, as a player, you move from club to club. As a manager, you can have stints in between when you're not managing at all. Yeah, you've not got a club.
Yeah.
So massive.
But 900 games as a manager. But how many games has he been to watch? Because last season was it when we had? Who did we have playing for us? Or the season before? We had his son playing for us, didn't we?
His son was on loan last season. I think it was Ashton Town.
Yeah,
he was on loan at Ashton Town last season. But
talking about
that game that Chorley won 1-0, have you seen the goal?
No, I've not seen it.
Wow, what a strike that was. Yeah, I saw it the other day.
I'll have to have a look at that.
What a great strike.
Wasn't that Bernie Morley's first win as solo manager?
Solo manager, yeah. So we'll move on to Bury then. A really apt moment. So Andy Johnson couldn't have got off to a better start, really. His first game in charge finished with a 1-0 away win at Wythenshawe Town. Could have been a potential banana skin. It was a relatively reduced scoreline. Probably expected them to win by a healthier margin, but they didn't. They managed to beat Shifnal Town 2-0 on Wednesday night, and now they've opened up a 4-point gap at the top. Bury play Sporting Calcer this weekend. Will be Jono's first game in charge at Gig Lane. That's going to be amazing for them.
It will be, and I think they're going to get a big crowd on as well.
Yeah, I think so.
I know it was only 1-0 last weekend. I know Withenshaw Town at bottom of the league still, are they?
Second from
bottom, yeah.
He won't care about that. First game, just get the 3 points and get out of there. You're off to a winning start. They win Wednesday, and they'll be buzzing. They'll be absolutely buzzing with that. I think they'll win the league.
You think Bury are going to win it?
Well, they're top of the league now.
They are.
It's only a few games ago where we thought sort of Tim Lee's the Tim Lee's effect was wearing off a little bit, and they were struggling with a few results. But I think the new manager syndrome that will. I think that'll push them on. But what do we make of Anthony Johnson when we look at we didn't really talk about it much, the relationship between sort of Bernard and Jono.
I watched he did an interview when it was announced.
Yeah,
it came out from Radcliffe, and it from listening to it, he didn't. It wasn't him going, I want to manage on my own.
Yeah, he wanted to take it with him, didn't he?
He wanted them to both go, but obviously that didn't happen. But Bury's his club, supported them as a boy all the way through, and he wanted to go. It's not very often you get that opportunity. Opportunities are very few and far between. He's already signed, made one sign, I think, from Radcliffe.
Has he?
Today, I think it was.
Yeah,
right. So, I mean, you can imagine, obviously, the best of mates have been together for a long time, so there'll be comings and goings to and from, gets in between Bury and Radcliffe in the forthcoming few weeks. But yeah, I certainly think Bury are gonna win that league now and get promoted.
Well, I was watching the podcast. I had trials once, and is it Gary Stockforth? He was on there, and they were discussing him and Jordan Hume, who's the captain at Radcliffe. And he turned around and said the way he's turned it round now, he's told everybody, he's told all his players now that Jono didn't think that they were good enough to win the playoffs. So he's saying he's left because he doesn't believe we can. He's trying. I think I'd have to watch that one again, but I think he's turned it round into a. Yeah, psychologically, he's turned it round into a positive to make them go for it and have a good pop at it. But when you look at the dynamics of that relationship, as a partnership, people are already saying now who's the man?
Who's the main man?
Who's the main man? Who's the one that's going to do the business?
If there's a partnership and you've got joint managers, there's got to be one that makes the final decision.
Yeah.
There's got to be, because if you don't agree on something, there's only two of you. But
it's worked for nearly 20 years, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
But I think
they've done really well.
I always look at the two of them, and I think in terms of character, Morley's the quiet one, isn't he?
I think they both can get loud and go off.
Oh yeah, well you watched that class of '92.
Especially Byrne was like that as a player, because I played against him a few times. But yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see how they do separately. I mean, let's be honest, they've gone the separate ways. Not gone the separate ways, but you can guarantee they'll talk on the phone every day. That's what people do. So
they asked the questions on that show. The show. Do you ever think they'll get back together again? And Gary Stockforth said, no, you can't see that happening. I can't see it happening. What happens now? If you're doing well, like he said on his show, if Jono's doing well at Bury,
with his own backroom staff that are probably brought in with him,
and Morley gets sacked at Radcliffe at some stage, does he bring him back as his assistant manager, or is he's not going to bring him back as a joint manager, surely?
No. Well, I wouldn't think so.
You never say never,
but you never say never. But I mean, they might both go on to do really well in their own right.
Yeah,
you would hope that they do. Both class managers.
They had a 2-hour conversation, didn't they, where tears were shed and everything. And listening to it, I felt like crying myself, because it does feel like the end of a fine romance, doesn't it?
Listening to that interview, they were both approached by Bury before Christmas.
They turned it down.
And then the approach came again. I think it was end of January. And Bernard didn't want to leave. That's just from me looking at the interview.
Oh yeah, he definitely didn't want to leave.
Jono's made the decision that he wanted to give it. And fair play to him, because
it's his boyhood club.
You would say in non-league, in the northwest, well, not just in the northwest, North of England non-league, them two come as one. So fair play to him for going on their own 2 feet, saying, I want to have a go at this myself. And like I said, sometimes opportunities come along and you can't turn them down.
I'm probably a sad individual, really, because I'm thinking to myself, well, I've gone on my own now. I want his half as well. I want 2 lots.
Yeah.
And I wonder how that has worked, whether that's worked against them in the past in terms of what they could have had in terms of wages when they've had to split it between 2.
They'll sort out their management budget between themselves, won't they? So it's good luck to them. Good luck to them.
Good luck to both Berry and to Redcliffe.
Radcliffe up
there.
So moving on to Bootle, they beat Atherton Collieries 2-0 at the weekend to stay in 7th place. They face the team above them, Stalybridge Celtic, this weekend. A tough test, no doubt, but a win will take them up at least a notch and will definitely consolidate their 8-point lead over 8th placed Shifnal Town, who of course lost to Bury.
And have lost their last 3 games of Shifnal, whereas Bootle, aside from Bury, arguably the form team of the division, Bootle, just a point behind the playoffs, like Staley Celtic, dropping points every other game or so, and do still have a game in hand over Celtic going into this weekend of fixtures here. So right now for Bootle, I don't think there's ever been a good time to kind of strike while the iron's hot. Particularly with Vauxhall and the Linnets, still very much within touching distance, and it's getting very, very congested up there at the top end of the table. You're half-minded to think that Runcorn are probably looking to mount a charge on automatic promotion rather than just settle for the playoffs. Whereas for Bootle, all their focus has got to be on, we can get to the playoffs, we can do it. So I think the onus is with Bootle, the momentum is with Bootle. I think Bootle have got everything going for them right now to make a charge into it.
To you, because we've come from that era where we've watched Bootle predominantly in the northwest counties.
Yeah.
Bootle actually feels like a big club now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they, like you said, they were predominantly northwest counties. They've slowly risen up a couple of leagues, and it is. I mean, you look at the ground now; they've got the hybrid pitch, which I believe is being changed.
Yeah.
They're a solid non-league club now, and if it doesn't happen this season, I think in the next couple of seasons they will be moving up into the Northern Premier. That is quite. I mean, I've not seen the league table this week, but it's congested at the top, I'm guessing.
Very much so. Yeah.
I know Runcorn were top and they got beat last week, and they dropped down to 3rd or 4th.
Yeah.
So it is congested, but it's the time of season now where the next 4 or 5 games can make or break your season. We'll start seeing who is going to make it into the playoffs, who's not, who's got a chance of winning the league. But
the only thing that might go against them is that hybrid pitch now is naked, isn't it? And they're not playing games at home all the time, are they?
Well, I remember when Bootle's ground was, you'll remember, at the bottom of the 58, just at the bottom of Dunningsbridge Road.
Was it Bucks Park, was it?
Bucks, something like
Bucks
that,
Park or something like that,
which is now a gym, I think it is now.
Yeah.
Near where the
pack was in the middle of the carriageway, wasn't it? Yeah. What a cold place that was.
Oh, yeah, horrible. But again, they've moved grounds. You're probably talking, 15, 20 years now?
Yeah.
Since they moved.
A long time.
And they were a good, solid counties team, and they've started moving up, so it's good to see. And it's good to see all the local teams doing well as well.
Yeah. And talking of local teams, Lower Breck, they haven't played since they were beaten 4-3 by Whitton Albion last week. They've got second from bottom outfit Wythenshawe Town at home this Saturday. I think a win is a must if they're going to keep in contact with the likes of Bury and Avro.
Yeah, I didn't see this Breck wobble, if you like. I didn't see it coming.
No, I didn't see it.
I honestly thought Breck would go top of the league, consolidate it, stay there. And even if they didn't, I didn't expect to see Bury replacing them and establishing such a stronghold on the top of the table. I thought it'd be Avro, Vauxhall, Runcorn, one of those teams that's a bit more established within the Northern Premier League at this point. That doesn't mean that Breck are entirely out of the race. Far from it at all. But
you can see that now the struggle is coming. That's my belief now. I think financially, I think facility-wise, the struggle's beginning to kick in now, and it's having an effect on the results. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, because We interviewed Gary, really nice bloke.
We did, yeah. You root for him automatically, really.
He works hard for the football club, there's absolutely no doubt about that. He does all the jobs that some of us chairmen, a select few of us do. He seems to be involved in everything at the football club and works extremely hard, so you want it to work for him, but I feel as though he's spinning an awful lot of plates there.
Yeah.
And I think they're just wobbling a little bit
out of steam. I can see them winning Saturday against Wythenshawe.
Yeah.
They're 4 points behind Bury with a game in hand, but I just think Bury are going to kick on now.
They might be buoyed on a little bit by the fact that they only lost 1-0 to Bury.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I know they've lost since then, haven't they, I think, Wythenshawe. But
yeah, I think Lower Brett, I think they will consolidate playoffs. It's been a sharp rise for them, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's been a sharp rise.
I think probably a bit more than they expected.
Yeah,
you would think.
You go back to what we said about Telford Town previously, just before when we were saying about the chairman not wanting to go up. You look at Lower Brett, they've gone up, they've had such a sharp rise. At what point does that stop? At what point does it start hindering you as a club from a financial point of view?
Yeah.
Travelling, obviously, as we know, you go up a division, you're paying players more money. If you want to stay in that division, it all adds up. And I mean, what crowds do they get? I don't know what crowds they're getting.
I don't think they're particularly good. I think I looked at it earlier on. I think they're averaging around about 300 or something.
Let me have a look now.
Possibly. But they've had some big gates amongst that, haven't they? I think they had Bury the other week, didn't they? And there was about nearly 500 on.
Well, yeah, but that's Bury, isn't it? You know, so it automatically kind of it comes with the territory, doesn't it? Really, yeah. There's not really an awful lot on Breck's.
It's a very competitive area to be.
It is again. It's another area of Liverpool that's just very congested.
Stone's throw from Anfield for a start. And like you say, with them being obviously coming from the Liverpool Prem, and coming up through the leagues, there's already established teams in the area that people will support and go and watch.
Well, I think he's built a team there. I think Gary's
what they've done.
Yeah, Gary's built a team there over years where the friends. And they've grown as friends into a team that understand each other. They've established themselves. But that team eventually starts to break up, and I wonder whether that's, the sign now with obviously Jesse Dowling going. I don't think he was featuring as often.
He was mainly featuring from the bench. I think the places Alex Carrera had taken over his place in the starting lineup.
So we might see signs of the team sort of slowly getting too old now.
As they come up together, which I mean we've spoken about this season with ourselves being in Liverpool Prem, we see a lot of teams that we come up against who are a lot of friends playing football together.
They are,
and it does work in that sense, but you get to a point where age might come into it. Once you start getting up to that level, money comes into it. And people dangle carrots for an extra 30-40 quid a week. They might want to go for that.
Fellas do
but the third in the league, they've got a chance of winning it. They've got a chance of getting in the playoffs. So you can't knock the position that they're in.
You cannot, no.
With possibly about 10 games to go.
Well, the next one is a big one.
12 games to go. So they've put themselves in a great position at looking at for promotion.
They certainly have. They've got Wythenshawe Town on Saturday, which obviously we've discussed. Their next game is the following Friday, and that is at home to Bury. That's an enormous game for them if they're going to try and. That is a 6-pointer for either of these teams. 100%. If Bury win it, you could reasonably say that Breck kind of consigned to the playoffs. Alternatively, if Breck win that one, then it just makes that promotion, that whoever wins the league, it's going to be so much more interesting because you're still not writing off Avro and Runcorn Linnets.
Don't forget, if Avro win the 2 games in hand, they go top of the league.
There's that too.
They've still got that. Thing is with games in hand, you've got to win them. That's the old adage of you'd rather have
the narrative is going to change every single
in that league.
There's no doubt about it.
The whispers that I've heard, well, it's not whispers so much, but Bury have sold 3 coaches worth of supporters to go down to Lower Breck on that Friday night. That is an enormous away support, and I think that could make I think that could make that as much cauldron-like as we've ever seen Breck. And last season we had a bit of an idea that Breck knew that they were chasing the heels, and maybe it was just a bit of a bridge too far. This season they're well within the fight, the stakes are an awful lot higher.
Is it too late to get tickets for that? That would be
I think so.
That will be some,
I don't think so.
Cauldron's the right word.
Friday night as well, actually.
No, we do that one, couldn't we? I'll have to have a night off from the bingo, of course. You know what I mean? I'd have to leave the Mecca bingo.
Bring Marina down.
For one night. No, she won't want to go there. She'll go the Mecca. We'll go halves, and she'll win. But listen, Prescot Cables. We're talking about money again. I don't want to sort of go on too long about Prescot Cables and their current financial issues. Their game was postponed at the weekend, but they face second from bottom side Stocksbridge Park Steels at the weekend, weather permitting again, because the weather's quite foul this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So we're hoping that they get to play. I think they're in a...
We're hoping that we get to play.
They're in a relatively decent position, aren't they, in terms of they don't look as though they're going to go down.
No, a couple more wins, I think. They'll be looking at that one on the weekend, obviously playing Stocksbridge who are 20, thinking, can we get another 3 points?
Yeah, you would hope
so.
Keep
them... Well, it could lift them up 2 or 3 places looking at the league table, but they just want to consolidate in that league again. Obviously, we know
the crowds have gone down.
Crowds have dwindled. Yeah, I think
rumour has it budgets have been cut, so they'll just want to stay in that league.
Well, they definitely cut the budgets, and the crowds have gone down. So this is the second season in the Northern Premier Division, isn't it? After they won that playoff final against City of Liverpool. But when we're talking about natural levels again. Probably their natural level, Prescot, at this stage in time, is probably the Northern Premier League
West. Yeah. Did wonder about that one.
I think you feel as though it'll be a matter of time before they get relegated?
I think it's a possibility.
Possibly, yeah. But it might be one of them where can we consolidate, as I said before, with Marine in that league for 3 or 4 or 5 years to become a guaranteed Northern Premier League Premier Division team.
Yeah.
Can they recruit within the budget that they've now got? Because you can still do it. They might have to get some younger players, more inexperienced players, but doing the right recruitment to mainstay themselves in that league, which it's doable, and it's good to see them.
But you know what we don't know is we don't know what level of structure financially wages are at that level, do we?
No,
I mean, we hear nightmare stories about players getting paid £350 in the Northwest Counties North Division.
Yeah, we've heard.
So we can only imagine what some players. I heard something about players getting paid £1,000 a week in the Northern Premier Division. I just found that hard to believe because
there's some teams in the Conference North, and I think the wage bills are £20,000 a week.
Yeah. Well, you can understand that.
One of them South Shields because they've got a lot of money.
Is that a rich owner? Is it? They got a rich owner there.
I don't know. It's the owner. It must be the owner. Because you remember,
that's a lot. A
few years ago, they brought Kevin Phillips in as manager, didn't they?
They did, didn't they? Wasn't it? Didn't exactly work out.
They sort of got through the leagues, and if you've got potloads of money, it's not rocket science of why it's happening, but. Yeah, some of the wages these days is...
They get decent crowds there as well, though. What worries me is, when you see a team in the top 5 that are getting gates of 250 on a Tuesday night.
Paying fortunes for players.
Yeah, that doesn't stack up for me.
Yeah.
No, there's something
I think when people are moaning, I'm not saying moaning about, but it has been done about ground shares and things like that.
Yeah.
Maybe we should look at the ownership of some of these football clubs and the money that's how it's being financed. We know.
Yeah,
we know criminality plays a big part in non-league football. We know that for a fact. Proving it is another.
But we've seen it before as well, where these clubs are financed by whatever way. We won't get into that. But then all of a sudden the money's pulled, or the chairman leaves, or disappears.
And they just come crashing down.
And the free fall because all the players leave. You're not going to pay out the players leave. They have to rebuild, and it just crashes straight back down.
Anyway, listen, Clitheroe, following a dreadful run of form, which started, I think, before the York game, to be fair. I think they lost
certainly started after the Scunthorpe game.
So they've secured a 1-1 draw at Stalybridge Celtic last Saturday and a 2-1 win over Nantwich on Tuesday night. Both very, very good results for them. They've got Darlaston, who play lower down in the league, so they'll be hoping to continue their good form. So shout out to Sean McConville. It's been quite miserable at Clitheroe recently.
It's been a rough time for Clitheroe. I know that they've had a couple of injuries, which hasn't helped. Leon Creech, who was their goal scorer against York, he's been missing for the last few games. His goals have been absolutely vital to Clitheroe's cause this season, and they've not had that. Yes, they've signed a couple of They signed a couple of players from northwest counties who were still taking a little bit of time to gel, and I think McConville's just kind of had to weather the storm. So they've gone 2 unbeaten, and that's a really good platform on which to play a team like Darlaston as well, where the onus is on them to grab the 3 points. They're 13th. They're not in any danger at this point of getting relegated or anything like. But I think given the the turnout, and the money that they will have earned from the FA Vars revenue, they want some kind of return on that investment.
Which is probably going to come next season.
I think it'll certainly come next season. I think Sean will be busy.
But what about Sean? You played alongside Sean,
I did play alongside him at Skem when he first come through, yeah.
What a player.
What a player, yeah. A great lad as well.
Yeah.
And he's obviously had a fantastic career.
Yeah.
And he's doing a good job at Clitheroe. You look at that cup run they had in the trophy. They've had a poor run of results since, but that happens. You get knocked out of you're all buzzing. It's an FA Cup run or an FA Trophy run. You're up there, you're buzzing for the games, and then that ends, and we see it a lot where your form then in the league sort of dips.
Yeah,
they've had a draw and a win the last 2, and they've got a decent game at the weekend where they get another win. They can kick on from there. I don't think they've got any chance of getting to the playoffs.
No.
You've
got to remember they're not a big club, are they?
No, they're not.
And their crowd attendance went up during the pandemic.
Yeah, of course.
Post-pandemic.
Yeah.
They benefited from the disillusionment of Premier League football.
Yeah.
So they benefited from that. But their crowds have gone down a little bit as well, haven't they? And
they're still one of the most followed clubs in the Northern Premier League West. I mean, I know we talk about Bury, who naturally bring a big crowd to them anyway, but Clitheroe aren't a million miles away. I think they're averaging about 600 a game.
Clitheroe always had a big following in the northwest counties, didn't they?
Yeah.
In terms of when they used to bring supporters to Skem as well, they used to bring a fair few of them.
Bring a lot.
But they probably averaged around about 250 in the northwest counties, when most were averaging around about the 100. So they've always been. They were always a sort of big club in a small pond, if you like.
Big fish in a small pond.
So they did relatively well there.
Yeah.
I think to kick on again, we talked about the previous owner, who eventually is he at Nelson now? Is he?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
So they don't have any big money man at the
No, they don't. No,
it's got to be self-financing. That's what
Carl Garner has said. Yeah. So the new chairman came in about 12 months ago, 18 months ago, something like that. He runs his own.
He's also the ex-chairman.
Yeah.
Carl was the chairman many years ago.
Yes, he was. Yeah, of course.
Because Simon played for them, his son. Played against Simon a few times.
Simon Garner.
Yeah.
Now that name rings a bell.
Decent player in his
Yeah.
I think he managed. Did he manage Clitheroe?
He was chairman and manager, so I believe, at the same time.
It's not the same Simon Garner.
Did Simon manage Clitheroe for sure?
I think he did. Yeah. But he knows how to run a football club. They'll do it right. He's done it before. And Sean will be looking at next season now, I'm guessing. They'll have got a good chunk of money in from that FA Trophy.
He'll be busy in the off-season.
Yeah. He'll be looking at next season thinking, well, can we have a bit of a run at it? I think he's got in there. They were struggling last year, went in, stabilised them, kept them up.
He did. Yeah, he did.
And we all know a good cup run can derail league form. It happens.
Talking about big chunks of money, we didn't mention Macclesfield in there. The game against Brentford, which was on
that's going to be a lot more money than
Monday
that.
night.
Oh, yes.
So they will mention them again. Obviously, they managed to beat the cup holders Crystal Palace at home, but they went down to a 70th minute own goal on Monday night in front of a capacity crowd of 5,348. Heartbreak for a non-league team. They've done extremely well. I suppose if there's a bitter pill to swallow, it is that they didn't actually get a home draw. They didn't get an away draw to a Premier League club.
Yeah.
There's that, but they had two games that were televised, so they made a lot of money out of it.
And capacity crowd as well.
Capacity crowds, and what a great run! What a great run!
That's a run to be proud of, isn't it? I gather Keith Andrews went into the Macclesfield changing rooms at full time and gave them a bit of a rousing speech, about how well they'd done, and they shouldn't feel ashamed, not at all. I think the manner in which they went out, 70th minute own goal, that's going to sting. Any team will have that sting on them.
It will sting, but 1-0 defeat's nothing to be
to Brentford as well. Like, this is Brentford. This isn't
a Premier League team.
Yeah, it's a Premier League team.
Level altogether.
It's a Premier League team that are thriving right now. You know, we look at teams in the Premier League division. I know it's not really our forte or our remit, but they're a team who, after losing Thomas Frank and Mbeumo, we didn't think that they'd thrive the way that they are doing, but they're 7th in the league. Keith Andrews has got a really organised outfit there. You know, they've upended Arsenal, City, United, you know, this season. They're a really good team. So for Macclesfield to go out to them by virtue of an own goal, that's something that they can... They hold the sting on that one, but they go out with their chins up.
Yeah, well, Macclesfield, in many ways, and we'll talk about this in your interview, but Macclesfield have done what Prescot failed to do in many ways, because if they'd have beat Burton Albion, they'd have gone on to play Manchester United at Old Trafford. Would it have been at Old Trafford?
It wasn't. It was at all. If you remember, Burton drew 0-0.
They drew
and then went back
and then went to Old Trafford.
Yes, they did.
I mean, I think of dreams, isn't it? But
that irritated me at the time, but I think I was 13. So
yeah. Anyway, listen, congratulations to Macclesfield. It's a great achievement to get as far as you did, and best of luck to Rob Smethurst as he probably steps down now out of the limelight.
Do you know what?
And hands it back over to someone else.
He was interviewed on Monday during all the brouhaha. He said he was drunk when he bought them.
Yeah,
it was a drunk purchase.
I don't entirely believe that. I think
there's as well. So he says
he did well.
Bought it on Rightmove.
For a penny or something like that. Yeah. Was it Rob Savage that talked him into doing it, or?
I'm not sure.
Not sure,
but even so,
what a start. But it'll be interesting to see now how they kick on in the league.
Yeah, they will. Because
after that cup run.
They've got to do so. They've got a few games in hand, so they could get in their playoff positions.
I think they're about 8th or something like that in the National League North. So they're not out of it. Again, just another team like Marine. Just a couple of games and they're in with a shout.
Yeah, listen, we'll have to get quickly through the controversial corner. So, signs of entitlement. We've seen how professional footballers react to supporters, particularly kids, as happened with Chelsea. Was it at the weekend?
Yes, it was their FA Cup tie against Hull City, and the footage shown is and the footage shows the kids of Hull City, presumably the mascots, all standing there as the Chelsea players walk past. Not a single Chelsea player acknowledged these kids and just carried straight on. And I know that the old adage that they're focusing, they're in their pre-match zone. Shut up! That's not a thing. It's not a thing. You can spare 30 seconds to say hello to a group of kids and whose week you will absolutely make by doing this, and still have time to get into your zone to play Hull City.
Yeah, well, I wrote an article and I mentioned it as well. You have to go back probably to the 1980s, would you say, before players seem to be...
I'm sorry, how old do you think he is?
Realistic.
I was around in the 80s, don't we worry.
But if you go back to 1980s football, there's still a level of normality about a footballer, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I think it's because...
They were still buying pubs, weren't they, at the end of the career?
Well, it's because they were normal people. When I say normal people, I mean the money wasn't like it is now.
No, it wasn't.
There was no social media then. There was only four TV channels, so you only got to watch a match of the day.
I think it was slightly better. You could still retire off football then. Yeah. I think you have to probably go back 70s, late 70s, early 80s, when players at the back end of the career were buying pubs. I remember, what's the bloke? He had the Golden Line in Rainford, the ex-Liverpool player, Ian Callaghan.
Right.
Oh, was that Ian Callaghan who had that?
Yeah.
I remember when
Tommy Smith used to have the Smithy in Billinge.
Sean Teal, when he came to Prescot, we had a pub in Southport.
Yeah, he had one in Prescot as well, didn't he?
It's a bit different, but Tony Dunn, who was a fullback for United during the 60s and 70s, won the Champions League, ended up owning a driving range in Altrincham.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
That was his little moneymaker.
Times have changed, but what do we make of this current crop of players? I believe that this excuse of being zoned in and concentrating on what they're doing.
I'll buy it.
Did you look at Jose Mourinho when he was, because they've showed
the video, high fives
to everyone all over the show, both sides of the line.
But he does that, that's in his makeup to kind of do that. Do you know
Jack Grealish does it as well?
Jack Grealish is one of the most normal Premier League footballers I've ever seen. And the amount he advocates for kids with additional needs, not just in making big speeches and big gestures and stuff like that, but did you see how he addressed that young blind girl after he won the Champions League? That was so cute. I loved that. Because it just showed him to just be this average guy who just never forgot where he come from. And I love that.
I'm not having you zoned in walking from a bus to a changing room.
No, I'm not. It doesn't make any sense at all, does it? I mean, all they want is either a photograph or an autograph. I think there was one standing outside one of the grounds, wasn't he? He was trying to get engaged with one of the players to sign a photograph on a shirt, and he just totally ignored him. He had his window down. And he looked at him and then he just turned away and stopped looking at him.
No.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking...
That's disgraceful, that.
Well,
it is.
Yeah.
What you don't know what, so they could have had a bat, they could have had an argument with the missus. You just don't know players.
All of them
they
at
might
the
have
same
an
time.
argument with the manager. I would want to get out of here. You just don't know. But yeah, I do agree.
I'd found them all a week's wages and give it to a children's charity.
Mate.
From a club's point of view, it's bad PR.
It is very bad PR.
But it's Chelsea at the end of the day.
I say Liam Rossini
Doesn't surprise me.
And talking about bad publicity, you picked up on a story, Brickfield Rangers going, if you want to go there.
Yes, I did.
It's a new one on me, actually.
Yeah, so there is a movement on Twitter called Ref Support UK. And,
which we've had a run-in with.
And we've had some conversations with them before.
We invited them on the show, by the way. Well, to be fair, they invited themselves on the show. And when we turn around and say, when are you available?
Did they?
They backed off.
That's interesting. But anyway, we're on better terms with them these days. And what has happened is they've released a statement on behalf of the current crop of referees local to a team called Brickfield Rangers, and have confirmed that referees will not be taking up any fixtures involving Brickfield Rangers for the foreseeable future. Adult game through to juniors, under 12s and reserves. This is because it is alleged that the manager of Brickfield Rangers verbally abused and threatened
the under 18s.
Verbally abused and threatened an under 18 referee. Okay, so we've been informed that this ban will remain in place either until the manager who abused and threatened the referee is removed from his job or he leaves of his own free will. So we've had that discussion from somebody within the referee's sanctum.
Fraternity.
Yes, the referee's fraternity, if you like, and that has been confirmed to be true. The manager of the FA was banned by the county FA a few months ago for verbal abuse towards a match official, subsequently allowed to get back on the touchline, but then subsequently did the same actions again a few weeks later, which is why the Referees Association took its own action. So the Brickfield Rangers Committee met with the Referees Association earlier on this week.
We've got this news from a anonymous source.
We do, yep. So we're not going to name any names there, but we assume that it's substantial and it holds up. Yeah. They have the Referees Association have met with Brickfield Rangers Committee, and the committee have said that they'll introduce a referee steward, a barriered area to prevent spectators entering the field of play, and a form for the referee to fill in regarding the behaviour of the manager, coaches and players. Now, these have been in place for all clubs for a few seasons, and now Brickfield Rangers have said that they will implement them. It was also established in that same week whether the ban needed to be let down, whether it was just an action that required everybody to kind of cool their heads and, in view of a rethink. But a resounding number of referees voted not to go back and referee a Brickfield Rangers game until relevant sanctions had been imposed and this manager leave.
Yeah, but we don't know exactly what was said to this under 18
We do
referee.
not. No.
Or listen, if it's a threat, it's a threat. It doesn't really matter what's being said.
No.
I remember earlier on the season having a pop at an under 18 assistant referee at
linesman,
FC at Nalgo.
It was, yeah.
And I apologised to him at the end of the game because I didn't realise he was wearing an armband. I think if you've got an under-18 official and you notice they've got the under-18 armband on, you have to back off because that man's learning the game.
If you're watching an under-18s game, you're watching an under-18s game, a lot of the time the officials are under-18 anyway.
Yes, they are, yeah.
Now...
You've had a fair few run-ins with referees.
All above the age of 18, by the way.
Where do you draw the line? I know you've already said to me that you are totally different to what you were last season as an assistant manager. And we'll listen, we'll talk about that more later, to be fair. But where do you draw the line on this?
I think you've got to look at the words involved. There's a difference between abusing a referee, which we've all done, but threatening is... I mean, forget the fact he's under 18. You shouldn't be threatening. If you're threatening a referee, that's bang out of order.
Doesn't make you hard,
the problem is with him being under 18 is
threatening a child.
There is that
safeguard,
but you've probably just stopped that young lad who wants to be a referee from probably wanting to carry on doing it. Now,
there's that.
In my eyes, you just remove the manager.
Yeah.
The county FA should be saying, right, you're out of the league, because if you're saying you're not going to referee the team, it's an under-18s team, you're not going to referee any of their teams from under-12s all the way up to a first team. Now, I'm not bothered about the first team, they're adults. You're preventing kids from playing football. And in my opinion, that's not right. Because of one guy who's abused one referee.
Well, that's the odd thing, isn't it?
Something
like you say, they could have got rid of the man in question. But what I found really surprising was that the county FA don't appear to have taken it any further. I mean, it does say
banned him previously, but they've not got involved on this one, which is I'm guessing due to the reason they're not got involved is we all know what county FAs are like. It's got to be written down and put in the report. So I'm guessing it wasn't put in the report by the referee after the game. We don't know whether the game got abandoned, whether he called it off, whether he carried on and just told his parents that have got involved. We don't know the ins and outs of it. It's a complete
contrast to when I fell foul of the rules the other week.
Which time?
With the Liverpool County Prem. When I spoke to Gary Berwick turned around and said, "Well, this is not a league matter. This is a referee's matter." Now, I'm surprised that the league have got involved. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right that a league should get that involved. I think it should be down to county FA to administer the rules. I think we're going down a really, really tricky road if league committees are making major decisions like that.
Yeah,
I mean, we can go around the houses talking about, but it shouldn't happen.
No,
not an under 18.
Totally agree. It shouldn't happen. But then, if the county FA do the job, then it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
You don't need a league committee to tell you the difference between right and wrong.
I do think the referees. I don't even know where Brickfield is, so I don't think the referees are doing the right thing in saying they're not going to referee any team in that club.
I think it's on the borders of Wales. I think it's around about Wrexham area.
I think you're about right. Yeah.
So I think they're wrong in saying they're not going to, because, like I said, you've got under 12s. You know, it's like these days you might have four teams at under 12s in that for that club. They might have 3 teams at under 13s. You're just preventing young kids from having a game of football on the weekend.
Well, you've watched your Joe coming through the system, haven't you? You've probably said a few stories about the way parents, never mind people on the pitch, but the way parents treat officials and players. It's shocking.
When I came out of football, I was coaching his team from under 7s up to. Well, he went to Morecambe for a couple of years and then got back involved when he came out of there. And the parents were the worst. To deal with, honest. I mean, I've never been any kind of shining light on not abusing referees, but when you at kids' games, the parents are the worst. I've seen all kinds. I've seen parents swearing at kids, abusing kids,
encouraging violence,
fighting between each other, encouraging that. And it's just, the parents are the worst. They really are. And we used to do it when we used to coach the kids. On a match day, we'd have both sets of coaches on one side of the pitch and all the parents and people watching behind the barrier on the other side of the pitch. And I used to enjoy that because I was nowhere near them. I didn't need to get involved with them. And it is because every parent thinks that the son's going to be the next Lionel Messi, and it's, you know,
they're kidding themselves, aren't they?
They are.
I can't see fault with their own kid.
And you get that, but at the end of the day, when the young kids, just let them get out and play, have a game of football with their mates, and let them run around and party and
just learn.
To me, if they're good enough to get anywhere, they'll find their way.
Yeah, of course.
But just keep stum and I mean, I go and watch Joe now, and I don't say a word.
No.
I don't really get involved. I just let him get on with it. I mean, he's 19 now, so.
So you're not one of these difficult dads, which is
refreshing.
No, because you can almost sort of imagine you being that kind of character because of the passion that you carry from your own game of football.
No, I just sort of enjoy watching him and just go and watch it. I'll be honest with you, it's nice. I've been the last 3 Tuesdays. They were called off on Saturday, and being involved with Skem last year and managing this year, it's nice to go and watch a game
on a Tuesday night where you've no
turn
pressure.
Up at 10 minutes before kick-off.
Get a pint.
Well, to be honest, I haven't had a pint in the last couple of weeks there, but turn up 10 minutes before kick-off, get a Bovril or a can of Coke, stand in the stand or sit in the stand, watch the half, go in at half-time, watch the football scores on the telly, go back out, watch the game, and after the game...
But you don't feel the pressure watching your Joe?
Do
you feel pressure for him?
I get more nervous watching him than I do managing Skem.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, yeah.
So you never really relax, do you?
No, but I don't get involved.
No.
I don't really.
No.
I like to have a walk around the pitch, get my legs going. I walk around on Tuesday night.
And well, you have to anyway. It's freezing
I was on his side there was about 5 minutes to go till half time.
Were you coaching him?
No, I just said, "Are you all right?" And he said, "No, my contact lenses fell out." I said, "That's why you've headed last 3 balls straight." But yeah, so he had some more about half time, and then I just let him get on with it because he's an adult now. You know what I mean? He's a grown adult. He's part of a team there. They've got a crack. I mean, Action Athletics. It's a good club. Jay's been there over 10 years now. Like I say, Tsffs, really good. Well, one of my best mates. Liam, I know Liam as well from coaching the kids. Yeah. So. They're a cracking. They've got a really good squad. They're all good mates. They're really close.
And listen, if they're all like your Joe, then even better because he's a credit to you because he's lovely.
And grafts. Grafts.
No, but wants to learn. They've got a good set up there and a good squad and good. It's a good team spirit that they have there. They all get on. So I just enjoy going watching them. I really do enjoy it.
Beautiful thing.
Listen, we're going to move on to the final controversial piece. Now, Dave Kitson, for anybody that does remember him, I remember the secret. You remember this, do you?
Yeah. I remember Dave Kitson.
Do you remember The Secret Footballer?
He wrote the book, didn't he?
Very vague.
Well, he wrote about 5 novels, didn't he? A former Premier League footballer, as he was back in...
Played for Reading.
He played for Reading, Stoke, Middlesbrough, Portsmouth, Sheffield, Oxford... but he started his career in non-league football as well, which I found pretty interesting. But back in the day, I remember when there was talk about who was the secret footballer because he was writing a occasional column for The Guardian as well. And he would basically exposing the seedy side of football behind the scenes. But at the same time, he was causing controversy himself. He got himself involved in a case of racism, I believe, back in the day. Maybe somebody will have a look up on that one for me while I'm talking away here. It was over. So it caused controversy. It was in December 2018. Well, during a TalkSport interview, he said that players make themselves a target following racist abuse of Raheem Sterling. Tyrone Mings pulled out of a planned TalkSport interview with him after his comments. So he's obviously, he's had issues. In 2008, he was banned from driving for 18 months after he failed to provide a breath test. But what he tried to expose in football was the
side people don't see.
Yeah, the agents, the managers, the directors of football clubs, the behind the scenes things that we take for granted and think that everything runs according to the book, and obviously it didn't. Well, he's been on a podcast this month, and he's actually turned around and said, "Yes, it was me."
He's finally admitted it.
He's finally admitted it. I mean, I did believe
badly kept secret, that isn't it?
Yeah, when the people were trying to expose him, I think back in the day they said he'd been relegated twice as a Premier League footballer, and that sort of give it away for me.
Dave Kitson's the only footballer that's been relegated twice?
But in that era,
in that era,
yeah, you probably stretch to find, and then you know who the controversial characters are, don't you? But anyway, he's come out and he's not come out in that fashion, but he's come out and said, "Yeah, it is me." But what he said originally was that he found it. He was too scared of revealing his identity because
while he was playing.
Yeah, because he felt as though he might be sacked.
Backlash.
Yeah, there would be a backlash, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's biting the hand that feeds him, but there's people who can make things happen within the game of football to try and ostracise you. Yeah. Specifically if you speak up. So I think he probably played the smart move.
In terms of now in this area, a secret footballer can hide behind his a assumed identity on social media, couldn't he, really, now, if he wanted to expose things. And we do have lots of handles on Twitter where people assume to be some kind of expose professional.
One letter for a number or change a letter in a name and all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
But I think we'll have that. I think at some stage we will have a sort of Jeffrey Epstein level of... No, I believe that in terms of controversy, I think eventually someone will what do you call it now? What they call the...
moles?
No, you know when you...
Whistleblower.
I think somebody there'll be a huge whistleblower in the Premier League within the next few years, and we will find out an awful lot that we
don't know.
We
don't know.
Yeah, what goes on behind the scenes, kind of thing.
Nobody knows, do they?
But anyway, so I just thought I'd finish the first part of the show on that, and the second part of the show we will be. We'll be joined by the man that's already sitting here.
We're turning the spotlight on Andy Barlow.
To discuss about his career in non-league football, and of course his new job as the manager of Skelmersdale United Football Club. Catch it in part 2. Hello and welcome to the second part of the Speaking Frankly football show, and a warm welcome to Andy Barlow, who's already... We probably asked him all the questions we need to ask him, but Andy, welcome to the show. This is your part. We're going to talk about you. And you know what? We've changed sort of direction a little bit here, because I thought of what kind of opening question you could have with future guests. So I've thought about this long and hard, and I thought this question could actually steer this interview in a totally different direction to where I expect it to go. And I've actually told you, I've already told you about the question, but depending on your answer, so looking at football as both a gift and a challenge, what has it given to you, Andy, and what has it taken away from you? You've had plenty of time to think.
I've had about a week to think about this. I'm still not 100% sure. What's it taken away? Not a lot, really. I suppose when you're trying to be professional about it, it takes away the nights out as an 18, 19, 20-year-old lad with your mates on a Friday night before a game.
But further into this interview, that's a load of poppycock, that, isn't it? Well, it is. Certainly some of the stories that you're going to tell us.
It is 42 years old now, but
I would assume, yes, it makes life very difficult for you in terms of decision making. So you don't want to go out on a Friday night if you
as a young lad at 18, 19, 20 playing coming into non-league football, you had to try and be as professional as you could. So it took away the not like it is for professional players now where they can't go out the house, but I suppose it took that away. What else it took away over the years? I suppose you could say it does affect relationships, because you're spending so much time at football, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays. I mean, you look at some of the Saturdays with your Gatesheads and your Whitbys and your Scarboroughs away, and
your full days away.
Full day jobbies. So it's not really taking away an awful lot, because.
Did you miss many weddings?
No.
It's a question I've always wanted.
It's a really niche question.
Well, it is, because I've spoken to a lot of footballers before, and I know a lot of footballers that have had to miss weddings, and they've fallen out with family members because...
No, I don't. I actually haven't. But what I will say on that is, and I think it's different now to obviously with players now, and especially at the level we're currently at. If someone had said to me at 19 years old, playing for Prescot in the Unibond Prem, we're going to a wedding on Saturday, you can't play football. I'd have been, no, I'm playing football. Yeah. Serious. That was the football was the be all and end all.
Yeah.
Saturday afternoon between July when you started pre-season and May was football.
Well, yeah, I'll give you an example of that then. So, X Factor. Ollie Mayers, he fell out with his brother, didn't he? Because I think he got to the final or one of the final stages of X Factor, and his brother was getting married. His twin brother, I think he's a twin brother.
He is.
He was getting married on the same day,
and
he said, "No, I've got to go and fulfil my dreams." And they've never quite patched things up. So it can affect you in that way. I mean, fortunately, you'd never been put in that position. But if you'd have had a brother or sister that was getting married and you were playing, well, we're going to talk about it in a minute, Gillingham in the first round of the FA Cup, it's a bit of a nope. You got to fall out with people, haven't you?
I'll see you tonight, dude. That's what it would have been. But yeah, it's not. But what it's given you, Christ, certain parts of my life, football was life.
Yeah.
It's one. I mean, as you get older, you don't realise at the time when you're playing, you make so many friends. Even friends, lads who I played with 20 odd years ago, I still speak to now.
Yeah.
But what it gives you don't realise at the time is memories.
Yeah.
That's the big one. Memories.
Yeah.
Good ones and bad ones.
Yeah.
But it gives you just the amount of friends you make through football. The amount of the discipline it can give you in life as well.
Yeah.
I think as playing a sport, as you'll know, they're doing attempting triathlons and stuff. I don't know if that's going to stop it. But it gives you discipline. But it gives you so much. Like I said, football, it's the best sport in the world.
And sitting down here reminiscing about it as well. But you don't get that many opportunities.
It gives you things like this as well. I said to you, I think it was last night at training where we were talking about the Gillingham game, and I've still got the DVD. It's still on, the match of the day clip's still on YouTube. You know what I mean? You can go on and anyone can go on and watch it anytime. That's a memory. You know what I mean? I'd love to go back, but you never can go back. Gives me memories. My mum and dad travelling around the whole of the north of England because they didn't miss a game. My dad passed away a few years ago, and he never missed a game. They would leave if we were playing. Whitby was a big one. If we were playing Whitby away, they'd leave before we left on the bus, and we'd stop for pre-match because they'd have a full day out. They loved it. They'd go for a full day out, have some lunch, then go and watch the game, and travel home after the game.
There's no feeling greater than your parents coming to watch it, particularly your dad, because your dad sort of buys into the football ethos, doesn't he?
Absolutely everywhere. But the memories is. But you bump into people now. You're not seeing even some now getting back into football. Not so much these, but like last season in the North West Counties, Exton Villa had bumped into Matty Allerton, who's manager at Exton. Speak to him quite often now. There's messages, how you doing, and that. So you bump into people you play with over the years, and you get to renew them friendships, and it gives you an awful lot.
Well, the question that I was going to ask, but I'll go back to MSB Walton first, and the bloke that we interviewed from MSB Walton back last year, was it last season? And basically, what he was asked a question: "What's your greatest achievement in football?" And he said it was meeting people in the pub on a Friday and Saturday night that used to play for MSB Walton and maybe came through the junior section. Didn't go on to play football for MSB Walton reserves or even the senior team, but they went on and carved careers. Either bricklayer, solicitor, you name it. They ended up. Going on to better things, if you like, in life. And he said what it taught them was it gave them discipline, and it made them friends that you'll always have for life. But the question I was going to ask you, in terms of, because you're a businessman, you run your own company, has that helped you with your plethora of friends back in the non-league day? Has it helped or has it hindered you? Because, I mean, how many love jobs have you done? Did you end up giving huge discounts to friends?
I've done a few, I have done a few. But, no, not so. But if you look at, like I said, discipline-wise from a business point of view, it helps you in that way. It does help, because I play golf as well. So I've got a lot of friends golf-wise. So you end up with, I've got mates that I grew up with who've probably got 10 or 15 friends. I've got hundreds of people that I know, not really close friends, but through football, through doing sport, through other things. So you end up knowing so many people.
so you've got contacts, and you know what area their specialities are in terms of business. If you need to see an electrician or a plumber, or you've got a network of people.
Yeah, well, Carl Osman, for example, fit some kitchens for us.
Yeah.
So obviously known Aussie since we were 13.
Yeah.
Playing football for West Lancs together back in the day. So it does give you that. Yeah, you can pull people in. You get to know what people do for a job kind of thing, and you can. But it's just it gives you so many memories and friendships, and it's nice to bump into people now and reminisce, even though only 42 years old. But you reminisce about what we call the good old days, because it has changed now. It's not as it was.
No, we'll talk about that when we
itself. So yeah.
So, like I say, you've had an impressive non-league career, but your journey started at Manchester City as a youth player. I listened to the names from the Game podcast with Dom Finnegan. I think it was nearly 3 years ago, and I've listened back to it since. Brilliant podcast, by the way. I don't know why I didn't carry on, but you didn't really mention much about your early days, other than I think towards the end. When you were talking about the best players that you played alongside, two names that came up were Joey Barton and Sean Wright-Phillips. I'm curious about what was going on in a young sort of man's Andy Barlow's head back in those days. What were your dreams, and how quickly did you realise that football was going to have a different path for you?
It took me a while to realise that, because I always believed that I could play full-time football.
What position did you play as a youth?
Full right back at City, or centre half. Predominantly right back. And the first couple of years I was there, I actually signed. I've mentioned it a couple of times, but being signed for City on the same day, in the same room. And he was there till 19. I left at 16. But the first couple of years I really enjoyed it. Was doing really well. We had a coach at the time called John Ferguson. He was just part-time coach. And don't forget, back then City were in what is now League One. They weren't what they are now. Obviously they beat Gillingham in that. We've all beat Gillingham. They beat Gillingham in the playoff final at Wembley. I was there in 1999. I was still at school, but I was there. And I think they won on pens. Nicky Weaver saved the pen, I remember. But they were getting beat with a couple of minutes to go. And I think Dickoff scored, and they were obviously rest history, but they weren't what they were now. Back then they weren't what they are now. Trained at Platt Lane. Not you've been to Platt Lane, you probably have. Platt Lane was, and the first team trained there, but Platt Lane was like one of these hubs now where anyone could. So the first team, City's first team, was training on the far pitch, was the grass pitch, the 3G in the middle, and it was a 3G. It was a decent AstroTurf then. There'd be just 10 lads who rocked up and paid £5 a piece to play 5-a-side with each other. Right, that's what it was like back then.
How did you get to City in the first place? How did you end up there?
I got a fella called Tommy Davis from Skem. Tommy Davis.
Is he still alive, by the way?
I think so. Yeah. He was scouting for. I went to Everton when I was about 9.5 years old. Because I think it might have been 10. Because back then they only took you in at under 12, under 11, something like that. That was the trials, and I remember Coley was there, Michael Cole was there, and it was at Belfield, and we sort of stuck. I thought he probably won't remember this, but I remember it quite well. We got on really well from playing in these 5-a-side games, and they signed him and didn't sign me. So I went back to playing for me. Obviously, Mike was there till 14, and then went to Blackburn. But Tommy was a scout for Everton, and then went to Blackburn as a scout. That's why Coley went to Blackburn.
He had a really good eye for talent, Tommy, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
Because I think Nooney was. He introduced Nooney to Skem.
Did he? I
think
know
so.
That. Yeah.
Keogh and maybe a couple of other players as well. Can't remember.
So Tommy got us down to City. There was myself and Tick went down on trial, and literally they said the first night we want to sign you straight away. And then under 15s. So under 16s. I don't know why they did this, but the under 16s didn't play every week. So back then it was under 17s, under 19s, which was full time. So when I was under 15s, we used to train with the under 16s. And Frankie Bunn came in as our coach, and I just didn't get on with him. Couldn't stand him. You'll know who he is. You might know who he is. I just didn't. I couldn't see eye to eye. I didn't like him, and I sort of, I not tossed it off, but I wasn't fit enough. I wasn't bothered, and then obviously the under-17s at that point was what a team they had. We used to go down and watch the 17s on a Saturday morning at Platt Lane, and then go and watch the first team at Main Road because you could walk across. And what a team they had then. Sean Wright Phillips played, Chris Shuker, Leon Mike, so many. Chris Killen played. You remember New Zealand international. Stevie Jordan, left back. I'll give you a name now. No, you won't have heard of him. He was an under-16 playing for 17s. He played right back, but he was a midfielder. Barry Hogan. Barry Hogan. Never heard of him?
Name's familiar.
He's a TNS legend.
Oh, TNS, yeah.
He went to TNS when he left City, and he was there. Yeah, what a great player he was. Gaz Furnival was there. I played with Gaz at Witton, further on down the line. But they had some team at 17s, then a lot of them went on to make a career out of it. But yeah, I got to 16, and I actually didn't get told I wasn't getting a full-time scholarship. I actually left, but in hindsight, I don't think I would have anyway, because there was I think it was a cup game or something going on, and they picked the squad, and there was about 4 of us not even in it, and I was one of them. I thought, but then I had the opportunity to go to Wigan on the premise that they were going to sign me on because City was a Cat 1 academy. Well, I'd say Cat 1 now, so you played Uniteds and all that kind of stuff. Wigan played like your Macclesfield, for example. So on the premise that Wigan would sign a 2-year, it was a scholarship. No, hang on, the City was a scholarship. It was a 2-year YTS. And I went down and did a couple of weeks there, and they said we've got no more places. No, so that was me done. And I didn't play football then. That was about February, March time.
What did your dad think when you'd soft off? Like you say, you
soft it off. Back then, me now is very different to what I was back then. Back then, I used to care about what people thought, and I didn't get on with the coach. I don't say get on. He was a very hard person to read, and I was sort of the player back then at 15, 16. You'd make a pass and then you'd look across the touchline and see if someone saw it. I mean, a bit weird that kind of. Whereas now I'm totally opposite. I couldn't give a. I can't
more self-conscious back in the day.
I don't care less now what anyone thinks of me, as long as family and friends obviously. But
are you looking for praise there? You're not getting it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I probably was at that age someone that needed an arm around the shoulder, because before him coming in, when John Ferguson was our coach, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I was doing really well. Absolutely loved being there, going there. And then I just got to the point where I saw it with Joe, to be fair, when he was at Morecambe, because he got to the point he was getting off the bus with school and pretending to be ill, so he didn't have to go to training. I never got that bad, but I just and you sort of, and I can see now with academies, because there's so much pressure, especially these days, why kids fall out of love with the game, and you get a lot of lads who go full time. And like I say, back then it was under 17s, under 19s. If technically you weren't in the first team, by the time your 3 years was up, you were gone. And there was none of this. It's changed a lot now. It's obviously there's under 23s, because they're worth money. You look at Chelsea; they have 30 lads out on loan a season minimum. You've got you've got Premier League teams now that are keeping lads on the books, as in giving them new contracts to the age of 23, 24. They're not playing in the first team. They're going on loan to a championship club, doing all right, and they're worth £5 million all of a sudden. So it is now their assets. Whereas back then it was like, if you're not in the first team by 1920.
Liverpool have got a lot of players there now, living in Birkdale, contracts with Liverpool, playing at Preston North End. And
they're worth money. Like if they can sell 5 or 6 academy graduates for £5 million a piece every summer, 30 million quid, it pays for the academy for the year. It's 30 million quid in the coffer, so it pays for itself. And every now and again you might get one through into the first team. Whereas back then it wasn't, and it wasn't like it is now, where if a lad from a Premier League team gets released, they sort of get helped to get into a lower league team. When I say lower league, I mean stay in the professional game. Back then it was, you released, you're gone, kind of thing. So that's when I dropped into non-league. I say dropped, I didn't play.
But just going back to Joe, when he gets to that stage where he's pulling sickies to stay away, are you speaking to him and saying, listen, I went through the same at City. I don't want you to, because later on in life you'll think of it in a different manner.
But it got to the point where he was not making himself ill, but he just didn't want to be there. And I spoke to David's granddad, Glennie, and we spoke and said, just pull him out, just let him go and play with his mates and enjoy his footy again. And that's what we did, and he loved it. He went back to playing for Wigan Junior Latics, who he played with since he was under 7. And that's what you got sometimes to get demoralised by it, because there's so much pressure on it, and the turnover of players coming in and out. It's not a team. At the end of the day, if you're in an academy side now, whether you're under 12s or under 15s or under 23s, you're not playing for that team. You're technically playing against your own players. Yeah. Because it's you v them. Yeah. To move up, it's not a team. It might be a team on paper.
Competition.
Yeah. There's 11 players playing it. It might be a squad of 18, but it's you v the others. 7 days a week, it's you v them, because you've got to be better than all them to try and move up into a first team.
So what kind of mindset do you need to take you to that next level? We know a player that I think I mentioned him before, Tony Morton, that played for Skem. Apparently when he was at Liverpool,
I went to school with Tony.
He was allegedly a better player than a more complete player than Steven Gerrard was, but the mindset was totally different. And that was during the period where Julia was bringing French internationals in, and they were bypassed, so the people from the reserves weren't getting into the first team. So how do you change the what kind of mindset does it take?
I think you've just got to be relentless.
Balls of steel, haven't you?
You've got to be that. You've got to get to the mindset of I don't care what anyone thinks. I'll show you, kind of thing. But you've got to be relentless day in, day out.
How long did it take you to get to that stage? Because you just said it that you changed eventually.
Probably late 20s. Well, probably early to mid 20s.
Yeah.
I got to the point where I didn't give a shit what people thought. I'm sorry for swearing.
I
didn't care what people thought.
It's okay. We've said it twice in 2 weeks.
And it's. But I think you've got to be relentless in. If I was giving advice to a young lad now who's going into, say, full-time football, you've got to be relentless day in, day out. You've got to live, breathe. I know it's the old cliche, you've got to breathe, live, and whatever it is, but you've got to go every day to be the best, especially in the academy to try and get up to the first team.
Yeah,
you've got to do that.
So you're not necessarily the best player.
No, I've seen loads of players get through academies into first teams that haven't been the best player, but they've got there because they've got different attributes. I've also seen players get there because certain managers like them. I remember playing against Bolton. We used to play a lot of these teams a lot. Nicky Hunt, who's now a manager, Days Hill, played against Nicky Hunt many times, and he'll probably admit himself he wasn't the best player in that team. They had a couple. I think what was his name? The midfielder they had at that level, Brad something. I think he was on the verge of playing at England under 15s, 16s. Chris Gagan was there. Gags played with Gags at Bradford. They had some cracking players, but Nicky Hunt was the only one who got in the first team. And played over 150 odd games maybe in the Premier League when Allardyce was there. So you just don't know. You know what I mean? And he'll be the first to admit.
Well, I think he did.
Wasn't the best player in that. At that was far from the best player at that age level. But a lot of it is luck. People say it's luck. A lot of it is. It's
luck and determination.
Well, I'm not saying he would never have got there, but look at Marcus Rashford. His first game for Man United. Yeah. They had no strikers fit. Yeah. And they had to play him, and he scores two
in his debut. Yeah, he did against Arsenal.
It's taking an opportunity.
If United had all their strikers fit, would he have got an opportunity?
No.
Would we even know who he is now? He probably would have carved a career out. Yeah. You don't know that. We'll never know that. But yeah, I think with young lads now, they've got to. And football has changed where the youngsters. I say youngsters, but it is young kids, and then early 20s. They look after themselves a lot better now. Yeah. We see that ourselves now with what we're doing at Skem. Saw it last season. They look after themselves so much better. Yeah. When I went into non-league, it was a drinking culture. It really was.
Sports science just wasn't a thing, was it?
Let's talk about the journey. So you've gone to Wigan. You tried out at Wigan.
Yeah, nothing come of that.
So is that when you went to Prescot?
No, that was probably February, March time. I stopped playing. I just literally stopped playing till the end of the season. You're doing GCSEs and all that kind of stuff at school, and then I didn't have a club to go to in the summer. And my dad, I don't know if you know this because you're going out bingo every week, but my dad was a bingo manager. That was his career.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah,
and he was managing at that time would have been the Princess in would have been the Astoria, Kirkdale. and a couple of people in there, their grandsons or son were playing for Berska's youth team at the time.
Yeah.
I don't know who it was, but I know he was playing the youth team at the time because I then went. So Berska's youth team at that point was renowned for being very successful, and the manager at the time was a fellow called Kevin Downey, I think it was.
Yeah.
So my dad said, "Why don't you go there?" And I was like, "Football." And in your head, you're thinking, "I've been at a pro club. Who are Berska?" You know what I mean? It does. And I agreed to go down in the summer for, I'd say trials, but yeah, to sign straight away. And he was manager for that first season when Dave and Kingy were there as managers. And then I ended up playing.
Have you turned 16 by this time? Yeah.
I was 16 when I signed there.
Yeah.
And then.
What season was that then? Was that the
2000?
2000.
So
what season is it when Berska got to the
won the trophy? Or
when they
won the trophy in 03.
Were they in the National League North then?
Unibom. I think it was Unibom Prem. It was Unibom Prem, but there was no Conference North.
No, there was no Conference North.
No Conference North. So yeah, I went to Berska. Did a year playing for the youth team. Played in the reserves and then started getting a little sniff in the first team. But from the couple of years previous, youth team players Lee McEvely, John Lawless, Marvin Molyneux, Steelier. I don't know if you heard of Steelier because what a player he was. Matty Taylor, obviously, as keeper. There were so many of them that got. Obviously, Lowy was there then. He just got his move to Shrewsbury.
Was Matty Boswell not there then? No,
Bos wasn't there then. No, that was later on when I went back. Ryan Lowe was there then, and he just, like I said, just moved. Obviously, Ryan Bowen was there. So then we got towards the end of the second season. I'm 17 at the time, and Dave on Kingy got sacked, and Jed Birchie and Billy Knowles took over as interim managers, and chucked me straight in centre half. Did really well, and there was mutterings of, it's like the Advertiser, and then I snapped me metatarsal 3 days after David Beckham did it. In a home game against Runcorn.
Well, you didn't know it was a metatarsal until then, did you?
At the time, I didn't even know what a metatarsal is till Beckham done it. No.
Nobody knew what a metatarsal was until Beckham did it.
Yeah, we were playing home. I think it was Runcorn at home, and you know what Berska's pitch is like at the end of the season when it used to be like dust.
A mud bath.
Well, it was dust.
It was dust. It wasn't a mud bath.
I followed the striker in, and I had the old. Do you remember when they first brought out Nike and they weren't studs? They were like. Blades, with a metal thing on the end.
Yeah.
And I must have stood on a stone in the middle of the pitch, gone to turn to follow a striker back. It was Leddy actually, he was playing up front. And I just, that doesn't feel right. I played on for 5 minutes till half time, and then that was my season over. God. And then the summer, that's when Sean Teal come in.
So you obviously missed out on the FA Trophy run.
Well, that was before that. That was the season before. Yeah. And then the summer, Sean Teal come in, brought a load more new players in. I'd signed a contract. At 17, they put me on a contract. So I was there that season. Started off really well. So they brought Joe Taylor coming, who's Matty's brother. He was playing centre half for Shaw. Jeff Underwood coming from Southport. Jeff was playing right back. So I was on the bench, and then Joe Taylor got injured. It was about 8 weeks out, and I was playing centre half alongside Shaw for about 8 weeks, and I was flying into. I was as fit as I've ever been. And then Joe come back in, and I ended up playing centre mid for a few games, and we went to Gateshead away, and I tore all my ligaments in my ankle in a tackle. So that was me out. I played in a few of the first, 2 or 3 of the first rounds of the trophy. But then didn't get back, didn't get fit, and then it wasn't in the squad.
You had the opportunity to go to the final, but you didn't.
Didn't go. No.
You didn't go.
No.
Too bittersweet.
Probably at that age, looking back on it, probably should have gone. I went to Barons afterwards when they got back and had a few beers with them, but that was a good season. That because I could not speak any highly of Sean Teal. What a guy, what a player, what a fella, absolutely brilliant. Learned so much off him. A lot of people had different opinions of him, particularly after he didn't come back that particular night, and he stayed with friends up in Aston Villa. But I can't say a bad word about him. He was brilliant for me as a young lad. Young kid, he was absolutely superb.
What was it about Berska that kind of brought you to, was it the case that you just wanted to kind of get back into playing football, or were you looking to kind of get back into football with a bit of an ulterior motive to kind of climb in the ladder?
I wasn't looking. It was my dad, obviously, that said about the Prescot thing, and then it went from there. And you get in the first team at 17 in a Unibond Prem with no conference, so the next league up's the conference. Prescot were never going to get into the conference. I think Morecambe won it. Then the following year, Burton Albion won it. Aki won it. You know what I mean? It's big teams. But on the prep, you think, well, if I do well here, I could possibly get a move higher up and possibly get full-time football. Obviously, it never materialised.
Was that still in your mindset? You felt as though you could get back up there, yeah?
Yeah, 100%, and it never materialised. And to be fair, probably from the age of 22 onwards, you realise it's not going to happen. And from the age of 22 onwards, I was never fit enough.
Does it bother you at that stage, though? or have you become accustomed to it? Are you bothered that when the penny drops and you realise you're not going to play at much higher standard unless you do it through Prescot?
My mindset was sort of when I got to the point where I knew I wasn't going to go any higher.
You thought you'd enjoy it?
I carried on playing, but I think I carried on playing, especially from 25 onwards, because I was expected to.
Yeah,
really?
Not because I really wanted to. Yeah, I wasn't fit enough. I'll tell you, can sell you stories on that. And I ended up playing just shy of 16 stone as a centre midfielder for Radcliffe.
I remember you telling me that.
Yeah. So I've always been big bone, not heavy. But yeah. But obviously, up to that age, I loved playing.
Yeah.
But I hated the travelling. I'll be honest, I couldn't stand the travelling. I loved training. If you could just do 90 minutes on a Saturday and then be back at home, perfect. I miss the 90 minutes, I really do. I can't do it anymore because my legs are goose. But and I enjoyed training. I did enjoy training, never missed. But all the travelling and all, he says that and he signed for Bradford Park Avenue. But I was lucky in the fact that all the teams I played for, we all had really good dressing rooms. Brilliant sets of lads. Not one. I wouldn't say there was one club where I thought this isn't great. Every single one was brilliant.
But back in the day, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Listen, so let's talk about the FA Cup run in 2005-06. Highlight of your career?
So far,
yeah. But your highlights of certainly of your playing career.
I mean, I'd left Prescot by then and gone to Witton Albion.
Yeah.
And then come back to Prescot. So the story on that is. Sean did the season, left Prescot, Mike Marsh came in, fell out with him. John Davis and the King had gone to Witton Albion, went down there. Them. What a great club that is, by the way. Witton, fantastic run club.
Well, their chairman, I can't remember his name now, but he was a really good chairman, wasn't he? I think he was the league.
Brilliantly run.
I think he was the league chairman as well at one stage, wasn't he?
Great run club. Made loads of friends there. We used to have a good car school in.
Nice clubhouse there as well back in the day.
Do you remember Yatesy, Mike Yates? Gaz Evans, we had a good car school going. Tick play for us as well. And then they got sacked the second season, and Brabs come in with Gary Finlay.
Yeah.
But Gary Brabin come in with Gaz Finlay, and Brabs were brilliant. But Gary Finlay,
character, isn't he?
Oh yeah, but Gary Finlay, I couldn't read him. I liked him, but I could, when you just think I can't read this. And I was playing, and he brought quite a few of his own players in, and then Derek Goulding got the job at Prescot. He was the youth team manager in my second season, the youth team there.
Yeah.
And he rang me up. I know you're probably not supposed to ring people up, but as you do. And he said, would you come? And he said, would you come back? And I was like, 100%. I love playing for Degs. He was brilliant. He was one of the best. Probably coaching wise, probably him and Stammers. To be fair, both of them as a coach, the best coaches I've ever worked with as coaches. Degs was brilliant. So then went back to Prescot, saw the end of the season out there, and then the following season was the cup run.
The great cup run.
I mean, I was lucky enough to go to both games, but you in your last interview with Dom Finnegan, you couldn't remember which teams you'd played in that run.
No, but I can now because you wrote it down for me.
Yeah, I managed because I listened to it again. I've listened to it 2 or 3 times, and I thought I've got to listen to it now to find out which teams that you did actually play. So you beat Ashton United 3-2. What level were they at then, Ashton? Were they similar level to Prescot?
I think they were same league-ish, yeah.
Droylsden
2-1, we played them away, remember it well. They were, I think they just got in the conference then.
They must have been close.
They can't have been far.
Could have been close. They might have been in the conference, but we battered them that day.
Yeah.
I remember the bus journey on, that was wild. Workington.
Was that at home or away, Workington?
It must have been at home.
I should have done my research on that.
That's
a hell of a
Drosden was away. Yeah. Workington must have been at home. I used to hate going to Workington. One of the biggest pitches as well.
Yeah,
horrible. Always cold, always windy, horrible. That must have been at home. Hucknall. I remember beating Hucknall away 6-2, but I didn't realise it was a replay.
Yeah. Well, that's the important game, isn't it? Because of course you've drawn 0-0, and
that gets you to the first round, doesn't it?
That's the fourth qualifying round. In the first round, and obviously we pull out Gillingham at home.
Yeah.
Which was a good.
Can you remember kind of what your feeling was knowing that you were going to play Gillingham?
Well, at that age, I was only, what was it at the time, 20, 21. And we had a young squad.
Yeah.
A lot, because what Derek had done really well was, because he'd managed in the UT and at youth levels, he'd got a lot of lads in who he knew from then who were now 3 or 4 years older.
Yeah.
I made some great signings. We had an unbelievable team. We should have won the league that year. But yeah, you just take it and it's just Gillingham, isn't it? You're not really. It's not like Man U or Liverpool. Bear in mind, Gillingham got relegated from the Championship the season before, so they were still a decent side.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just.
You obviously weren't in fear of them, were you?
No. We were. To be fair, as a team, as a squad, we were like that. We weren't. Nothing bothered us. We were. To be honest, we were probably too laid back at times where we were more looking forward to getting in the bar after the game. But that's what we were like. So there was a lot of us that used to socialise together as well. Quite often, probably too much. But like Blakey, me and Blakey, we out with quite a few of us on a Thursday nights after training, which you probably shouldn't be doing. But we used to socialise a lot. We had a really, really good squad. Everyone got on. It was, like I said, a really good changing dressing rooms all the way through, really. But yeah, it was. I remember the day well. We went to Briars Hall for pre-match.
How posh!
And then up to the game, and obviously ended up winning 3-2. I got skinned for their first goal.
Yeah.
By Matt Jarvis.
Well, like I say, it was
Matt Jarvis for Wolves, as in Wolves.
So not too bad, but yeah, it was.
It was different gravy in was. It was
Jarvis. Well, I watched the game. I was privileged, like I say, privileged enough to go to the game. There's quite a few of my family and friends went to the game. I can only assume that Skem weren't playing on that particular day. I remember it being quite overcast and foggy and.
It was,
rainy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And at one stage, I felt as though the game was going to get called.
Yeah, you couldn't see across the pitch.
Off. Yeah, because we were in the far stand.
Yeah.
The
field behind.
The shed end. Whatever you called it back in the days. I remember being stood in there, and it was absolutely chock-a-block.
Yeah.
And I remember I've mentioned this to Matty Boswell. I'm going to mention it again, but they had two players. They had a player called Ballack. And the other fellow was Cox, and all the Bearsco supporters. You're all a load of Cox and bollocks. And of course, the other song, which at that stage, I don't know how long the Little Tesco's had been up for, but they sang the song, and if you listen to the video, if you go on the DVD and watch it through again, we've got the smallest Tesco's in the land. We've got the smallest Tesco's in the land. I just remember that, and the on the day. The atmosphere was just amazing. I know half of them people, well, more than half of them people had never watched Bearsco in their lives, and quite a few of them came from Skem because I know.
Yeah.
But that was just an amazing day, and the way you turned your fortunes around as well.
You can't beat a last-minute winner, can you?
No. Well, it was in injury time, wasn't it? Was it third minute of injury time?
Yeah, Davy Rowan. We went 1-0 up. They got it back to 2-1. They had Flinney sent off. And then, who scored the equal? I think it was an own goal, the equaliser.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Own goal, and then, Davy Rowan come on for the last 5 minutes, and then probably second minute of injury time, spun in the box. And
you just didn't give them any time then, did it?
No, that was it. Game over
soon after that.
Yeah, but what a day, what a night.
Yeah.
I can tell you that one.
So you wouldn't have rested for a couple of days after that one, will you?
No, I don't know if we had a game on a Tuesday. I don't know if we had a game the following week. I can't remember. It all goes to a blur. But it was a cracking day, and it was good for the club as well. Obviously,
huge. I think just short of 2,000 people there. In the old Victoria Park.
There would have been not many Gillingham fans.
No,
coming up from Kent. It was funny. we were 1-0 up, goes 2-1 down, and we equalised in about 88 minutes, maybe 88 minutes, and we're lining back up for kick-off, and I've stood there, and Blakey turned around and went, sorry for swearing, but he went, we've got to go to fucking Kent on a Tuesday night now. Because it was a replay.
He thought it was going to be the replay.
Yeah. Imagine all us trying to get out of work and stuff to go to Gillingham on a Tuesday. God, and then obviously we scored the winner, which was brilliant. So
I think a few of you had been sacked for making excuses for not being there.
Well, that's
it would be worth it though, wouldn't it? Come on.
Yeah,
that's happened many times on long trips. All that.
Well, listen, they've obviously drawn Burton Albion in the next round, but the game didn't get played. And Andy's just reminded me last night that a week before the game was played, Alex Ferguson had sent a select Man United 11 down there to play in their first game at the Pirelli Stadium?
Yeah, they opened the stadium the night before.
But the pitch wasn't the pitch. It was a little bit like Stormy Corner. They had turf laid down and it was floating.
Right.
So any amount of water under it would make it unplayable. But they managed to play. Alex Ferguson actually opened the stadium, didn't he?
Yeah.
So anyway, the following week they've actually set out for the game. And I think they've got on the motorway and all of a sudden they're being told that the game's
just
off.
Past Adock Island on the bus.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was, remember Rod Cotton?
Rod Cotton, yeah.
It was Rod come down, lads were turning around, the game's off. And it wasn't a bad day weather-wise, a bit of drizzle.
Yeah.
Because obviously they had issues with the pitch.
Yeah.
So that was, and then obviously you're in the draw for the third round then.
Yeah.
Of course you are.
And of course it was Manchester United.
Yeah.
I mean the
versus Burton Albion or Prescot.
Yeah.
At that point, because they pull it out and it's either or. You know, you get both. So
you know either way you're drawn at home to Manchester United. If you win, you've got Manchester United at home. That is awesome. For a football club at that level. The dream of actually playing. So what is the feeling at that stage for you and the players? You've obviously been called in for that for the
following morning, yeah. So the Sunday morning we had to go in for the draw. Why it was on a Sunday morning, I don't know. Because they do it all differently now. It's on I think show now these days.
Yeah, they do it on the one.
But it's obviously different ways. But I did the draw, and then for me, I can't say for everyone else, but for me personally, you're still thinking, well, we've got to beat Burton,
yeah.
You've still got to go there. They were top of the conference at the time.
But you not go to bed that night and dream of scoring the winning goal.
I think I was still over
against Burton to get yourself into that game with Manchester United as a young lad.
I don't think I dreamed of scoring goals very often, to be honest, Frank. But,
no.
But you were like, what? This is a big game because you know what's coming after it.
Yeah.
And then obviously they start all the mutterings of, if we do win, we can't play at Prescot. It's Man United, so it's got to have to be either
Anfield, yeah.
Well, it was Goodison or the JJB.
Oh, right.
What was JJB at the time? I said DW at Wigan now. Yeah. So they were running an hour and over that. And then obviously we went there on the Tuesday night and got turned over anyway, so it doesn't tell a story of the game. You were there, weren't you?
Yeah, I was there as well. He broke his leg, didn't he?
Broke his leg, compound fracture. Referee played on when he went down. He's screaming his head off. We all stopped.
He scored from it, didn't he?
Gilroy went through the winger and scored. 1-0 down, and then I went to centre half because he come off. Jeff come on at right back, and then we were all over the shop for 10 minutes, 3-0 down at half time. Got it back to 3-1. To be fair, second half, 20 minutes, we were all over. And I should have scored from a corner as well. And then they scored one right at the death, and it was 4-1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But they were top of the conference at the time, so you've not done yourself an injustice.
No.
But yeah, it didn't derail our season. We should have won the league that year. We had such a good team.
Yeah.
And like I said before, going on a cup run, it can halt your league progress.
Yeah, it certainly can derail you.
As achievements go, certainly in football, probably the biggest achievement. And everyone says if you do 10 to 15 years in non-league football, you'll either get a good cup run or you win the league. That's the low probability, but it doesn't happen to everyone.
No.
So it's nice to look back on.
It most certainly is. So listen, you played for clubs like Whitton Albion, Radcliffe Borough, Bradford Park Avenue.
Yeah.
I recall a conversation with Tommy Lawson when you joined Skem back when I was chairman the first time round. I think we'd all agreed that work had become a priority for you at the time. So I think you had to pick and choose your games. at that stage? Is your mindset already changed then? You coming to the end of your career, or you feel as though you are?
Yeah, that was later on, wasn't it? That was because I played a season with Tommy when I was about 22.
Yeah.
And then I went back with him only for a few months, a few years later. But Joe was born when I was 22.
Yeah.
I think from there onwards, I sort of didn't take it seriously. Not take it seriously, but didn't look after myself. Whereas probably from the age of 17 to 21, I was as fit as I could be. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
I was as fit as anyone. But you look back now and you can have regrets. Say I should have done this, should have done that. But you do you do at the time what you think's best. You know what I mean? And when you're a young lad, you don't listen to people. You don't take advice. You should do, but you don't.
We talked about it before with Mark Byrne. You get to that stage in football when you're playing non-league football where you've got to prioritise. You say you've got.
It's what becomes important to you. Like I said to you before when we started out, Saturdays was football day. That was you'd miss everything because you wanted to play footy.
Yeah.
But the older you get more priorities is the key word. Career, family.
Yeah.
And it sort of becomes not on the back burner, but becomes second to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like I said, and then I had Joe, and then I think it was a year or two after, split up with his mum, so I'm back on my own, and that's when I went to Bradford because I could do, and that was the only time in my whole playing career I moved for money because it was stupid money.
Yeah. I remember you said I actually watched you play for Bradford Park Avenue because I've got family that live up in Bradford, and I just happened to be up that particular weekend when you were playing. I can't remember who you played against.
Yeah.
But that was a great team that you had then.
Oh yeah, well, do you know Benny Phillips? Benny used to be manager at Witton.
Yeah.
Benny got the job there, and he took a lot of lads from the northwest, from lads who he knew: Stevie Connors, Griff Jones, Mark Jones, Chris Gagan, Daz Ockenoll, who was at City when I was there, was a year above me. Well, and a few others, myself, obviously. And the chairman he had a building company, Big Bob Blackburn, his name was, and he had a lot of money, and it was like a plaything for him.
Yeah.
He bought a minibus, so the assistant manager Lee used to drive the minibus, and we'd all meet at B&Q Warrington, jump on this minibus, 7 or 8 of us. Back and two from Bradford 3 times a week. Great. Used to do it in turns, doing butties for the lads and all that kind of stuff. It was brilliant. But again, I started off really well. Had a good half a season. We played I can't remember who we played away in the FA Cup qualifier. Went in for a tackle, studs got stuck in the turf and ripped all my ankle ligaments.
Oh God, not again.
Yeah, done that again. I've never had issue with my knees, touch wood, ever in a playing career. But my ankles, I've ripped ligaments in both of them.
You still suffer now with your ankles?
No, not too bad. No, but that was a bad one. But it was funny because Griff Jones was injured at the time as well. I think he had a knee injury, and so we used to keep going through rather than if you're injured, don't come to train. We used to always go. So me and him just sit on the bus eating all the buses all the lads had, and we were everyone was on contract.
Yeah.
So you were getting your money, you know what I mean. But and they won the league that season. Yeah. But Benny got sacked and Dave Cameron come in, and I was my ankle ligaments. I thought I can't be bothered with this. I'm not going back. And he rang me up. He said, "I'll give you an extra £100 a week. Come back." I went, "No."
What?
I couldn't. And they ended up winning the league.
And back in the day, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, they ended up winning the league. And then I think it was the following season when AFC Liverpool started up.
Yeah,
I think it was after.
But that's a reunion again with Derek.
Yeah, but after Prescot, starting at Prescot, going to Witton, going back to Prescot, all the years and all the clubs in whatever sort of shape or form, it all goes into, I can't remember what order they come and stuff, but I think that was the AFC Liverpool one when Derek got the lads back, so it was like myself, Dave Ian, Martin Crowder, what a team we had. James Dever played centre mid, Dean Thurston we signed, who was centre forward, really good player. We had a couple of lads who we signed, because they held loads of trials, if you remember, I don't know if you remember that. And a couple of lads who went on to do really well. One lad, I can't remember his name, he was a winger. And he ended up playing the Welsh League, had a really good career. Was a really good... Andy Sheridan maybe? Had a really good career. Who else did we have? Ollie. We signed centre forward. We had a really good team. I think it was 11 out of 11 to start the season, then they pulled the money. And that's when I went to Radcliffe. I went to Radcliffe, because Benny had gone there assistant manager. and Griff and Mark Jones were there on loan from Radcliffe, from Bradford, and I loved it. Radcliffe, it was great, really good. Yeah, loved it.
Do you want to tell the story about how you ended your career at Radcliffe?
Not really, no.
You told it once before. You may as well.
Yeah, I got sacked. Had an altercation on the training pitch, and got into a bit of a scrap, threw a punch, and that was. Ended up breaking his eye socket, jaw, and something else.
What the?
So
but he ends up. He's going off the pitch, and there's a group of supporters, what he believes to be supporters, remonstrating.
That was Runcorn, that.
Was it a Runcorn?
Runcorn.
Oh, this was after this, wasn't it? When you actually got sacked off.
Yeah, Runcorn, yeah. The Runcorn was a different one,
He had a pop at the chairman and the...
I got sent off, again, an FA Cup game for Runcorn. It must have been FA Cup, yeah. It was away, and I got sent off. Nothing daft, it was a couple of yellows.
Was that Canal Street, was it?
No, it was away. I can't remember where we were at. And I'm walking to the change room's in the corner flag kind of.
Like ours, yeah.
Corner flag one, and I'm getting absolute pelters from these supporters. Thinking of their supporters, I give them an absolute double back, and it ended up being it was actually like Runcorn's chairman and some of the board of directors and stuff. Went to train on Tuesday, and Macca pulled me in. Paul McNally. Macca pulled me in and said, "You're not going to be."
Not to be confused with. Paul McNally, that used to be assistant manager with Tommy Lawson,
played for Marine,
Macca, what a player he was.
What a player. And he said there was nothing he could do. The board had said not a chance he's playing for us again. But Radcliffe was brilliant though. Loved it at Radcliffe. What a great club. Good stories there. Phil, you know Phil Priestley?
Yeah.
Well, you know Phil, yeah. Me and Phil used to travel through together with Adam Roscoe. My God, that was interesting.
Well, this leads me up to the next question, really, is that I'm not going to talk about hindsight being a wonderful thing and if you could change anything, you would. But what I'd say to you is that back in the day, football seemed to be more enjoyable, it seemed to be more relaxed. The current culture of footballers now, doesn't matter whether their ability is great, but they're religious in diets, training, recovery. They're totally different. You've mentioned Phil Priestley there. We talked about Phil when we were going away to Selby, and he's looking at the beer stacked up against the coach and said, back in the day, that's a 9 tinner for me, that 8 or 9 tinner. I said, well, just get on the coach to space. And he said, I'm driving up. I've told the story loads of times. So he did drive up, and what he said to me basically at the end of the game, he said, watch how many players. He said, a third of your players will go back home with the mates. A third will go back with the family. He said, and the third that are left on the coach, he said, I doubt hardly anybody will drink. And he was right. I think Ben Barnes was at the back of the coach. There was a couple of younger players there, and they were just sat there on the phones. And it's
different now.
I know it's a good thing, fitness, and I know you mentioned it in that podcast with Dom, but it's. We talk about Chelsea and what we talked about before in the controversial side of things, but the fun's gone out of football. Yeah and no. I think it's you're playing football at a level and you're getting paid. Should you really be going on the piss afterwards on the coach on the way home? I don't know. That was the culture back then. So was it taking fun out? But yeah, I do agree with you. I wouldn't swap what I have for the
I was just about to ask. I was just about to ask.
Some of the best times I had were on coach on the way home.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just on the beers, there was people singing karaoke songs, all kinds of stuff. There'd be lads running around naked, stupid stuff. It was just brilliant. And you'd fall off that coach. We used to get dropped off at a Little Chef. I was at Prescot, which is now obviously Starbucks. And you'd literally fall off the coach. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I wouldn't swap it.
I mean, I don't drink, but I mean, can you get that kind of camaraderie back with these elite fit players? Can you get that back?
You can. What's changed as well is we've gone through all the counties teams today. There's not many of them will get buses to every away game. They'll all drive. Back then, you're on a bus for every. You'd be getting a bus to every single away game, even if it was 20 minutes away. You're on a coach.
Yeah.
So automatically, you've got the whole team together on a coach whether it's for an hour away, 2 hours away, 4 hours away, they're all together before the game, they play the game, and then obviously on the way home, they're all having a beer together and all. So that brings it together more as well.
The gambling used to be as bad as the drinking, didn't they? They played Chase the Ace at the back of the bus, and they'd lose their pay packet. They'd just been given their pay packet there.
I've seen who's the biggest one for that.
Oh, I could name a lot of people, but I get them into trouble.
I won't get him into trouble because I'm going back a long time. Carl McCauley.
Yeah.
Used to love betting, playing Chase Station betting. He used to win a lot as well.
Yeah.
Gary Martindale.
I think if you're mad,
I used to get involved, but I'd just play a couple of games and be like, not for me, not that. No. But yeah, they would on the back of the bus.
They'd take huge risks, wouldn't they? They'd be mad.
Yeah.
They'd know how to gamble.
I've seen pots with 500, 600, 700, 800 quid in the ground. Yeah.
Well, you used to listen to the noise, so you'd be sitting in the front drinking with the committee and that, and everybody's behind you, and the raucous, the noise is amazing, the camaraderie is brilliant, they're shouting, they're laughing, they're screaming, and then of course somebody goes and loses all the wages in one. One card, and they've lost the whole wages, and then the next minute, like you say, you've got somebody running up and down naked. Clothes going out of the skylights onto the motorway, onto the M62. You're getting pulled up by the police. That happened. I'm not going to tell who that happened with, but it was somebody that had a penchant for designer clothes, and he was dressed top to bottom in designer clothes, and they must have cost over £1,000. Well, they didn't look like £1,000 worth of clothes when they were
on the M62.
On the M62, yeah. And he cried his eyes out.
You don't get that anymore, do you?
No,
I mean, you don't get that.
He never played for us again, by the way.
Do you know?
No, I think he was related to Peter McDermott. Terry McDermott.
Right.
Which kind of leads me on to a question then. We've gone through an awful lot of managers in interviews, and they all say that the camaraderie and the togetherness is massive for club culture and that one. Do you think it's anything like what you guys had in the years previously? Do you think it's even slightly comparative?
I don't think it is, no. Mm-hmm. But I'm not privy to what it's like 2 or 3 leagues higher.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the camaraderie is like for FC United, for example, because they'll be together 2 or 3 times a week, 4 times a week. Yeah. They will get coaches to away games. I know from speaking to people at that level that a lot of them don't really drink on the bus on the way home anymore, but they still have nights out. They're still all mates. Yeah. But certainly when you get into counties level, when you're not getting coaches to away games. And they're driving and you're getting lads just turning up, playing 90 minutes and going their separate ways. You've seen it yourself last season. They don't go in the bar afterwards.
You put free food on for them, and they don't
go in the bar. They don't go and have a pint. It's like it has changed. Like I said, I wouldn't swap it for what I had. But with regards to your question of camaraderie, I think it is harder to get that at certain levels. Yeah. I think the higher you go, obviously, if you've got lads who are full time or you're training 2 or 3, or you're hybrid, because some of them are hybrid now, aren't they? Well, they train 2 or 3 mornings a week, but they're still part time, but they call it hybrid. They're with each other that much that you can build that camaraderie. But it's certainly for us, for Skem now, you're meeting on a Saturday, you're doing training on a Wednesday, and that's the only time you sort of see each other. You've got to see people to build camaraderie.
But you're pulling in kids, literally kids from all places, and bringing them together. Yeah. I mean, part of the problem I think last season was a lot of players weren't even driving, so they were going home with the parents. Yeah. So their parents weren't going to hang around long after the game, so they were off. Which brings us to the question of your first experience in management. Obviously, you were assistant to Tommy last season, which was a huge learning curve for you in the Northwest counties. Obviously, we dropped down to Liverpool County Premier now, and obviously your first foray into full-time management. What's the difference between last season as an assistant manager as opposed to being the manager of Skem now?
Difference within the roles or difference within the club?
The feeling as well as anything, yeah. The obvious difference is
more responsible, to be honest. more responsibility, more of not acting like a knobhead on a touchline, which I was. I mean,
I've noticed you're a lot quieter,
a lot calmer. Obviously got an 8-game ban last season, didn't I? So,
yeah.
But yeah, more responsibility and trying to do things the right way. I'll be honest, it's been tough. It's been a learning curve, I think, for all of us.
Yeah.
You've never been in this league before. I've never known this league before. It's been a massive learning curve. We've made mistakes. I've made mistakes. You learn from them, and you try not to do them again. That's the key thing in anything, really. Everyone's going to make a mistake. As long as you don't do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, you can learn from it. That's the way forward. But the difference has been probably the responsibility and having to act more of a manager. Well, you are a manager, so you're not acting like a manager, but you can't be. You're more responsible. You've got to be more of a seen to be doing the right thing rather than bawling and screaming.
Do you feel as though we didn't appreciate how good Division 1 North in the Northwest Counties was?
110%. Me and Tommy still speak about. I speak to Tommy every week, as you know. We still say it now. We underestimated that league. I think we underestimated it because neither of us knew anything about it. We automatically thought, and obviously go back to the start of last season with Andy Gray with us as well.
Yeah.
We automatically thought, we've been involved, whether it's managing, playing, whatever it is, 2, 3, 4 leagues higher. So you underestimate it, and then you get into it and you think, man, there is some good sides in this league.
Yeah.
Last season, obviously there was. I thought Droylsden, from a football point of view, were
we thought
the best
they were going to win it, didn't we?
The best team last season.
Yeah.
I'd say Allerton LR, going back to camaraderie and as a team and team spirit and playing together as a team, are probably the best team from being together.
Yeah.
As a team, to be honest, Exton Villa as well.
Yeah.
You know what Matty's created there. I speak to him. He's had that team all the way through. Obviously, he added people to it, but all the way through from the West Lancs League days. I think it was the West Lancs or the Cheshire they come out of, to going into the North, and then obviously getting promoted to the Premier. And you can see with them that they've got experienced lads. They're all played together, a lot of games together, and they're really a good unit together. I think them and LR were probably the 2 teams last year.
Well, Nelson were one that we feared, so they sort of dropped off a little bit. Hulk and Old Boys, we played them away from home, big physical team, not necessarily the same on their away journeys, but then, like we said, we played some teams that did shock us, the likes of Ashton Athletic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Games where we probably thought we had a better chance against them.
Bacon Borough, I think, was another one.
Yeah, Bacon Borough, slightly different. I mean, they've always had a long established team with a manager that's been there since before I was born.
One that surprised me last season, because they'd only just come up, Thornton Cleveland. But they were decent. Obviously, I watched them on Tuesday night. They weren't great on Tuesday, but they're doing well in the league. Look at MSB Walton this season.
Flying them, though.
You know what I mean? So,
second in the league now.
But yeah, I was surprised last season. There's a lot of good players in that league. I thought, like I just said, footballing wise, Droylsden were head and shoulders above everyone. But I think the 2 teams that got promoted because they had that extra sort of, what's the word? The extra thing within them where they were all in it together and
unity.
They got it over the line.
Yeah, I think they'd had stability. They'd had stability for a while, hadn't they? In numbers.
That's it. Stability, unity. Helps. Yeah.
Where we very much for Tommy, it was a rebuild again.
Yes.
Well, we came back to pre-season last season, and we had 1 player.
Yeah.
And that was Tom Smith, who's a 17-year-old lad on a contract.
Yeah.
And there was no one else there. Obviously, Ben Barnes came back a couple of weeks later. We had to do a full rebuild.
Yes, you did.
And I honestly think if you put, because we went through a lot of players last season, if you pick the best player in every position that we had last season that we used, you'd have a very, very good North West Counties team.
I think you're probably right.
This season, and it's carrying that momentum, and we couldn't do that because we get relegated.
Yeah.
So we're in that situation where we lose players again.
We're having to rebuild.
We're in the Liverpool County Premier League, and that's the sort of crux of the question in terms of the difference. We probably not just underestimated the Northwest Counties Division 1 North. We didn't look on it with as much pride as we should have done. It's a really, really good. I say it now more often that the Northwest Counties is probably one of the best run feeder leagues, Step 5 and Step 6 in the country, without a shadow of doubt. But now we've dropped down to Liverpool County Prem, and no disrespect to all the people that are putting in the hard work there, but the difference is immense.
It's very stark, isn't it?
Massive difference from a professionalism point of view. Just everything's different. You go and playing games at basically community hubs. You're not even getting a warm up beforehand because there's nowhere to warm up because you've got kids playing on there, which there's no issues. You know what I mean? But you're not going to proper grounds. No. It's just totally different. It is totally different. Yeah. But there's some good players in that league.
Yeah, there's some good teams. There's some good teams.
Yeah, players in that league. I mean, I say this now. We're talking about North West Counties, North West Counties Prem. We played East Villa 3 weeks ago. They had a lad playing their left wing, and he would bypass them 2 leagues if he wanted to.
I think so.
He should be playing in the Northern Premier League without a shadow of a doubt.
They're number 6. Yeah. 6
in the first game, 9 in the second. We played him 2 weeks on the spin.
Yeah, we did.
He was head and shoulders above everyone.
Yeah.
Why he's playing for them, I don't. Again, it's going to be situation.
Friendships.
Yes.
Well, that's what we found out about this league is a lot of people that are playing together and been playing together for a long time.
He could easily walk into a Northern Premier League team, and why he's not doing, only he will know. But it probably is a situation why there will be a reason why not. But like I say, that's an example of there is some very, very good players in this league.
You could be back at home at 5:30 on a Saturday
play with your
evening.
mates. You're playing 10 minutes round the corner. Like
back
you say,
at
you're back
on a Tuesday.
Could have kids at home and just wants to nip out for 2 hours to have a game of footy. You just don't know. But yeah, as far as ability-wise was concerned, he's as good as anything I've seen in the counties, and as good as a lot I've seen in I said Unibond then I'm going back, but in the Northern Premier League. Yeah. So there is a lot of good teams and good players in that league.
So looking at the sort of current group of players that we've got this season, and we've once again had to rebuild. Do you think even with that calibre of player now, there's an awful lot of pressure, whether it's self-imposed? Because a lot of these players, they are taking it seriously. They're not doing particularly well. But we said it last night. We look at the group of players that were playing last night. And we're thinking to ourselves, a few additions there. We're not that far away. Yeah. But is the pressure? Once you start losing, that pressure becomes.
I don't think it's much pressure. I think once you start losing, it sort of snowballs and it's hard to get out of the rut. It's like the other way around. When you start winning, you get momentum, and you sort of carry that on. It's when you're on a losing run and you concede after 10 minutes, it's like, oh, here we go again. Yeah. Whereas if you're winning every week and you concede after 10 minutes, like, no worries, we'll get this back. And a lot of it is between the ears, a lot of it is in their heads. We've got some good players, there's no doubt about it. We've got some really good players. Yeah, we do. We do need some additions. The squad's a little bit threadbare at the minute. We've had a few lads leave. But I think I said to you last week, at this level, when you're not paying players, because obviously we don't pay players, so you've got lads turning up at Marine. They might live in Skem, they might live in Wigan, they might wherever they live. They're driving to Marine. If they're not getting a game of football, they're going to leave because they're not getting a pay packet. They just want to go and play a game of football on a Saturday afternoon, and you can't fault them for wanting to go and play. If they're not going to play for us, they're going to go and play somewhere else. Yeah. If they're sat on a bench and getting £100 in the pocket, it's a totally different story, because that softens the blow, and it does. But it's just the turnover of players you're going to get when you're not paying them is going to be more than you are when you are playing. And I do think from a lot of people I spoke to this season, there's a lot of snobbery around the counties. I don't mean that in disrespect to the league. I mean, speaking to players, trying to get them to come and play for us. Oh, Liverpool Prem? No, I'm not playing in that. I said, well, hang on, there's some teams in here that would do. Look at MSB Woolton. They won it last season, the top of the league this season.
Well, the most intelligent thing you would do as a management team is you cherry pick all the decent players in the Liverpool County Premier League and put them all in the Skem team. But, like you said, the snobbery there is a lot of players that we've approached in the past and said, we won't play for Skem because it's a woolly back team. Yeah.
Well, you could go and get the best players out of the Liverpool Prem, put them in the North West Counties as a new team, and they're probably going to win the league. Yeah. Because that's what there is, a lot of really, really good players in that league. Really good players. There was one, I won't say who it was, because I might get told off for it. I got the phone number for him. He plays for a team in our league. Sent it over to Action Athletic because they wanted to. So I look at him. Tip rang him up. I said I'm quite happy to stay where I am, playing with mates.
Yeah.
That's what you, and a lot of them do. Fair play to them. They don't want to go and travel around the north and west. Some of them don't. But that shows you there is some good players in there. And like I said, just look at MSB Walton. They won the league last season, the top of the league this season.
So listen, we've got no pressure. We know there's no relegation this season. So in terms of pressure, it's probably the first time in the last God knows how many seasons where we haven't been under pressure since we've not been able to pay players, if you like. So in terms of building for next season, it's been it feels like a long haul, though we've not played a great deal of games this season, but it does feel like a hell of a long season.
It feels like a long haul because you used to. I mean, last season wasn't a massive amount of games. No, but you
gaps this season.
You used to Saturday, Tuesday, and it's fast and furious, and then all of a sudden you get into February, March, like, the hell is it February, March already? Yeah. Whereas this season we've had no midweek games. Yeah. There's now only 12 teams in the league.
Yep.
Yeah. So we've only got 22 games, league games. We've already played 16.
Give or
15, 16. So I think we've played 15. We've got 7 league games left. So there's not been an awful lot of games. So it is tough to build momentum. But I can say that, but it's tough for everyone. Everyone's in the same boat.
Yeah.
I believe from what we said there was going to be some more teams in the league next year, which can only be good
16.
because you want more games. You want to be playing fast and furious games. If you get beat on a Saturday, you want to have a chance to put it right the following Saturday.
Tuesday,
obviously, there's not going to be any midweek games again next year.
Yeah.
And you do miss
there
them.
might be the occasional one on a Wednesday night.
But you miss them midweek games under the lights, don't you?
Oh,
I missed that. That's why I've enjoyed going watching Ashton the last couple of weeks. Just turn up under the lights, night game, get wrapped up and go and watch a game of football.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly was even started building for next season now.
How difficult is it for you as a businessman? AJ's laughing at me there, like, go on, what were you like?
No, I think you pretty much read my mind there, just saying how difficult it is to juggle the demands.
Yeah, well, I was thinking, you know where Tommy Lawson, we know he goes and watches games all the time, and he always has done.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in a fortuitous position of being self-employed, but working largely during the early morning and early afternoon, so he could dart off to games and he could do all his networking. How difficult is that for you? Because I know I'm speaking to you at 6 o'clock of the night time and you're still driving up and down the motorway.
It is hard. You've got to plan things properly. Like this week, what we're doing, Ashton on Tuesday, training last night, I'm here with you tonight. I was out late Monday. Yeah, I was out late Monday measuring, so it is tough. Got a very understanding wife, to be fair. It doesn't mind me doing all that kind of stuff, probably because she knows what I'm doing and I'm not doing anything I shouldn't be. But
if you were going out early on a Monday for a game of Tuesday, because you can watch a game every day of the week now, can't you?
You can, and it is hard. And Tommy would say to me, "Why don't you go and watch this game?" And I'm like, "Tom, I've been working. I've watched 2 or 3 games this week. I've been to training. It's like I can't go and watch it all." But it is hard. You're juggling, like I say, and at times, I'll be honest with you, there has been times this season where I thought, why am I bothering?
Yeah.
And you experience that and you learn from it and think, well, that's the situation you're in at 4:45 on a Saturday.
Yeah.
That's what's going through your head. I did the other week when we got beat 7-1 by East Villa.
Yeah.
What am I doing here?
Yeah.
But then I try not now, and I've learned this quite quickly because I've only been doing it for 5 months, 6 months, whatever it is. Don't make any stupid decisions at 4:45 on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Don't overanalyze stuff at 4:45 on a Saturday. Wait to think about it the day after and the day after that. Because
I've done that so much as a chairman, and sometimes you think to yourself, I'm not going to give myself too much time to dissect it, because it'll make it even worse. But by and large, I think we all come to the following Saturday and we still think that we can win.
Yeah.
But you've got whether we're,
deluded
and we're
no, but you've got to be positive. But if you start letting emotions get in the way at 4:45 on a Saturday after you've just been beat, it's not going to help anyone.
No.
It's not going to help anyone. It's not going to help yourself in your head. You're not going to help the team because you're going to go in kicking and screaming. You're going to sulk off and go home and not speak to anyone. I just think game's over with. I lie in bed at night and start thinking about stuff like that.
I was about to ask, do you switch off?
Yeah, no, the game's over with. Analyse it the day after, or the day after that. And I'll speak to you after games. Obviously, we go in a clubhouse. I'll speak to Caleb, to Barney when he's there. But I won't really speak to him on the phone till the day after, or the day after that, because I think, well, you've just finished. The game's just finished. Whatever results it, well, you've won as well. If you've won a game, analyse it a couple of days later when you've got a clear mind and a clear head.
But it doesn't stop you doing it when you go to bed.
Oh no, I can lie in bed. I do that with work as well, to be honest. I try. I'll be lying in bed planning my day the day after. I've got to get this done by that time and that time. That's work things. But I'll lie in bed and think about formations and teams and all. And I'm sure there's probably loads of managers listening to this who go, yeah, I do exactly the same.
Oh mate, I do that. I think about formations and sponsorships, all that carry on.
But it's been it has been tough. It's been a tough season for recruitment. Because, like I said before, it's hard to get lads to say, I'll go and play in that Liverpool Prem. A lot of lads I know get paid, so it's been tough on that side.
But you can't forget the fact that we've actually won 6 games. I know 2 of them have been annulled.
Yeah, well that's it.
Which is annoying. 2
games that we've won, the 2 teams have dropped out of the league.
Yeah.
So technically,
it's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
We won 2 games all last season, was it?
Yes, we did.
2 wins, 2 draws.
Yes.
So we were no disrespect against. Sorry, I know you take the Mickey out of over.
Well, I can't now because we've lost 3 points.
So you're back below, aren't you? You're at 6 again.
But I mean, so you look at that and you say to yourself, there is an improvement, whatever way you look at it, because to win 6 games compared to 2 the season before.
Yeah, it's an improvement, but we want to be better. We want to improve all the time.
We've just got to keep a lot of we've got to keep the backbone of this team together next season, haven't we?
And we've got to add to it in a sensible way. Training's a big thing. As we won't go on over that on here, but we've spoke about that, as you know. Numbers for training, and you'd love to get some experience in. But it's tough at this level, as I say, without paying, basically. And it's tough that a lot of lads around this area
so geographically it's difficult
in that league. But we'll crack on. We can't give up. We've got to keep going. And I think if we keep going, at some point it'll turn, and we will get back up into where we should be. And I think when I say where we should be, I don't mean North West counties. I think Skem should be Northern Premier League.
Listen, without a shadow of a... But listen, I mean, we won't talk about what you don't enjoy about it or you haven't enjoyed about it. What have you enjoyed about management this season?
What have I enjoyed? Probably the giving it a go. If that sounds daft, I've never done it before.
Because you originally said you were never going to manage.
I did. I said it on that. Because I enjoy the coaching side. I mean, like, I've coached kids before. Last season when Andy Gray left, we had 20 odd lads turn up for training every week, and I was just on my own, and I loved it. I really enjoyed it. And you can get involved and have a good bit of crack with them, and it was good. And I thought, I don't want to be a manager making all those decisions, etc., etc. But what I've enjoyed the most this season is learning about it and finding out about myself as well, because I've found out more about myself. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot of stuff, but what I've learned about myself is how I should act in certain situations, as to what I used to act like. I
think it's true to say you learn more through defeat than you do winning.
But you when you say you learn, you've got to analyse it and make sure you learn from it. And no one can win all the time.
No.
It's a sport, it's a game of football. Nobody can win all the time. No one can lose all the time. The tides will turn at some point. And it's down to us to try and do that. But it's been a learning season, a learning curve. But come August this year, for start of next season, we're in the same position as we were this season. So we've not gone down anywhere. We're in a better position financially, hopefully.
Yeah, and we can look forward to a good pre-season.
And a full pre-season,
we're not worried about people leaving or... we'll probably lose one or two
lose
players.
A few, we'll gain a few.
Chaos, wasn't it, last season?
It was because you lost the full team again because we got relegated out of the North West counties.
Equally, we didn't really know where we stood in terms of management. We didn't expect Tommy to leave. No. We didn't expect you to leave when you did, and then obviously Nick comes in and game changes things a bit.
We didn't know where we stood in terms of league.
No.
At one point.
No.
That was late, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've no idea which league.
Because when you don't know that, it's so tough to prepare.
Yeah.
I know Tommy found it tough because obviously he was manager at the time. He said, I can't speak to players because I don't even know what league we're going to be in. I can't offer them anything because I don't know if we're going to have anything. It is so tough to prepare, whereas this coming pre-season, we know where we're going to be. We know what league we're going to be playing in. We know more about the league now. We've learned.
We know a lot about players as well, don't we?
We know the players, yeah. We know the players we've got. We know what players we might want. So it's building them foundations to kick on and go again next season, which hopefully we can get ourselves out of this league and back into the county.
Yeah, and there might be an opportunity to do that, as we say, if they increase the leagues at the end of next season, then there's a possibility we could get through the back door. That way might piddle a few people up that think that people that ground sharing shouldn't be let back into the non-league system, but hey, given the opportunity to do it, you'd take it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, even if it happened now, I think we had this discussion. I won't go harp on it too long, but we did talk about whether going back into the Northwest Counties at the end of the season, if there was a back door there, would it be a good thing for Skem?
I'm saying, would we be ready?
We said you'd take it.
You'd still take it.
Still take it, wouldn't you?
But do we learn anything going back straight into the Northwest Counties? I don't know. But it calls for wise heads. It calls for establishing a squad over a series of months and
a period of time,
years, a good period of time, and we're probably in that better position than we've ever been because we can't get relegated. So it's onwards and upwards. Listen, been really good talking about your career as a manager and
putting the focus on you
as a player. But listen, you'll be here for part 3 when we'll do the predictions. There's 3 working on the predictions
there is
tonight. So
all right, don't go anywhere.
See you in part 3. Hello and welcome to the third and final part of the Speaking Frankly football show. That's if you're still awake. We've managed to cram an awful lot in an awful lot of time as well.
We haven't managed to cram in anything. We've drawn it all out.
Yeah, we've drawn every inch of life out of everyone.
We've put the non-league world to rights.
You've gone through about 18 sandwiches.
Yes, I have. I'm a growing boy. You mean like
It was interesting having the interview with Andy in the second part there, because we talked about the Northwest Counties last season, and of course we probably all still look at the Northwest Counties, don't we? Because that's the pinnacle for us right now. So it's no. We're never going to change the format of the show where we once we got relegated. No. We just weren't going to do it. But can we talk briefly then about Skem and who we face this Saturday? We've got a cup game. It's the
Liver Academy, isn't it?
Liver Academy, 1:15 kick-off.
Zingari Cup, is it?
Something like that. Yeah, first round of that.
Okay.
How do we see that one going?
We're going to win.
It's put me on the spot.
You can't predict that one, can you really?
Well,
but it's an interesting one because we haven't played them yet. So
we've not played them this season.
That's interesting.
I say it's a cup game, so I think we've got a decent squad coming out. So we'll give it a good go, yeah.
I think they're only about 3 or 4 places in the league above us.
They're in the league.
They are, they've had some inconsistencies in their results as well, the same as we have. So
the big thing for myself is we play them Saturday, so we get to see what they're like because we play them again the week after.
Yeah.
In the league. Away from home again. So we play them 2 weeks on the spin.
Crikey.
So this Saturday being a cup game will be a good day to...
good yardstick.
It's a good rehearsal, isn't it?
Exactly,
yeah, definitely.
At this point in the season, Andy, would you take a cup win or would you take a league win if you could only pick one right now?
It's a tough choice, that.
It is,
See, in my mind, if we win all our league games, we get promoted.
Yes, we do. We're still not out of the equation mathematically.
It's not a question I'd probably answer that because you try and win every game.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it was funny, really, because
you want to win every game. So
did you see that podcast with John Deal?
No.
John Deal, actually, he briefly talked about Skelm United football.
North West County Secretary, right?
Yeah. And he turned around and said, he was talking about Skem, he said, if another 7 teams resign from the Liverpool County Premier League, Skem could get promoted.
We said that the other week, didn't we?
He's repeated exactly what we've repeated. He might have even been listening to the show. I'm sure we've said it on the show before.
Fair play, John. Fair play, mate.
Yeah, but listen, the gaps, I think, are the key to this, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
You can't really get any consistency. I don't think there's a great deal of time now to postpone games. I think games have got to be played.
Yeah, of course they do.
So we're going to be hopefully playing games thick and fast, and the weather hopefully improves.
We have a full March anyway.
Yeah,
those fixtures came out.
Good set of fixtures.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So moving on to the fixtures, First Division North currently being played now because we record on a Thursday night.
But we haven't looked.
We haven't looked. Nelson versus Baker Borough. We've decided all to go for home win, just in case somebody's been Googling it, been on Twitter. Thursday, there's 2 other games as well. Are they on or off?
As far as I'm aware, they are on.
All right, so First Division South, Telford Town versus Allscott Heath. I'm going for Allscott Heath.
I'm also going for Allscott Heath.
I'll join you
there. Wolverhampton Casuals versus Sandbach. I'm going for Sandbach.
Sandbach.
I'll join you there.
Friday, Division 1 South, New Mills versus Asheville. I'm going for Asheville.
Draw.
I'll go for an all-win though.
Cheadletown, so Premier Division on Saturday, Cheadletown versus
that is an immediate return to his old club for Jack
Edwards.
Edwards.
A strange one,
that is headline, isn't it?
I'm going for Cheadle.
I am also going to go for Cheadle.
Well, he'll know all the weaknesses.
Of course he will.
At this moment in time.
And the ironic thing is, unfortunately, Glenhurst hasn't done an awful lot to mop those up.
No.
And whereas I think Jack Edwards has an ability to exploit that. Interestingly enough, he also signed Sheikh Islam during the week.
He did. He played the other day.
Oh yeah, he did he actually play? I didn't think he'd come off the bench.
He played,
yeah. He did say hello to everyone, by the way.
Oh, good.
Because Elizabeth's working behind the bar there.
Yes, she is. She
spoke to him, so he wished us all the best.
Bless him.
Yeah, nice lad. Abbey Hay versus Charnock Richard. Now, an interesting one, really, because if Charnock win this helps Ashton Athletics cause. Sorry, no, I'm in the wrong league. And I forget that.
City of Liverpool.
City of Liverpool.
I was going to say, yeah.
So where are we going?
City of Liverpool have got to help themselves at this point. I don't think they can leave it in the hands of Abbey Hay. As to this game, I think it's Charnock Richard for me.
Yeah. Bearscough versus Chadderton. Not an easy game, but I feel as though Bearscough have got to win this just to get restore a little bit of parity in the league.
They do. I'm not necessarily confident their defence is going to be able to handle this. Losing Gospel Goodison Easy that they did is a massive blow, and I'm not entirely sure that the keeper that they've got in at the minute is quite the same level.
I'm going Bearscough. I'll have faith.
I'm going to go for Bearscough because Jesse Dowling, I would imagine, is going to make his...
Jesse Dowling came off the bench early on in the game against Wythenshawe, but was largely ineffective, unfortunately.
You've gone away win.
I've gone an away win, yes. I'm going for Chadderton, me.
Yeah. Exton Villa versus City of Liverpool.
Exton Villa. Sorry, Brody.
What are you going for?
Me? Exton Villa all day long.
FC St Helens versus Atherton LR. I'm going for Atherton LR.
I'm also going for Atherton LR. Yeah.
Davy Jones and Atherton, have they got the bit between the teeth again?
Very much so.
6 out of 6, top of the form table.
6 out of 6, top of the form table. Interestingly, they've got one of the smallest squads in the league, but all the players that have been there, and 90% of them have been there for like 3 or 4 seasons.
What we talked about before.
A lot of managers want that though, don't they? Want to work with the smallest squad.
What we talked about before, Camerata of them being together. When we said about them getting promoted last year.
I talked about the spine of this LR team. Bickerstaff, Brooks, Chadwick, Moore, Bacon, Green, Romano, all of these players. Bacon and Green have obviously not been there that long, but otherwise that spine has been there for such a long time. I think it's so effective, makes a massive difference to that team.
Longridge Town versus AFC Liverpool.
Yikes.
A bit more difficult to call this one, but I'm going to go for Longridge. No, I'm going for a draw.
Do you know what? I'm going to join you in that. I'm going to say a draw. Nah.
What do you reckon, Andy?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Yeah, I am going to say
Longridge got walloped, didn't they, midweek?
They did.
I'm going to go home in.
Right, Padiham versus Earlham. Interesting one, because Padiham managed to win again, didn't they, on Saturday? So
they did. It was
a poor run of form.
It was a 2-0 win over Charnock Richard. It's a game that you would have largely expected them to win, even though Charnock Richard are a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde team.
I'm going for Earlham.
Earlham are a completely different prospect, and I do see them winning that game.
Yep, okay. Prescot Hayes versus Stockport Town.
Draw.
Yeah, I mean, they're both in... there's only one place between pair of them.
Yeah, there's 7 points.
I'm going for Prescot Hayes, though.
All right, then.
I'll go for Prescot as well.
Yeah. South Liverpool versus Barnoldswick Town.
South Liverpool.
Yeah.
Barnoldswick are just in a bit of free fall at the minute, unfortunately. And their chairman has stepped down, actually. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
What the hell's not included in this? Yeah, that's the first time I think I've seen a chairman step down due to his team not performing.
Is that what he said?
Well, yeah, you'd largely think that they go hand in hand, the resignation and the poor run of form. I mean, Barnoldswick are 20th in the league.
I should have resigned. I should have resigned ages ago.
You should have resignated.
I should have resignated well before. So West Disbury and Chilton versus Ramsbottom.
I mean, I'm not chairmaning this team. You know.
That's a really difficult
West Disbury versus Rammy. Yeah.
Draw.
I'm going for Rammy. You're going for a draw?
Draw, yeah.
I'm going for Rammy as well. I think that's more out of blind faith rather than anything else, because I think West Disbury have just been on such a decent run recently, but Rammy's Rammy, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and I just think they'll do it.
Yeah. FC Isle of Man, beg your pardon, versus Wythenshawe. Division 1 North, Ashton Town versus MSB Walton. I'm going for MSB Walton.
I'm also going for MSB Walton.
Ashton not doing very well at the moment, are they?
And they really should be with the team that they've got.
They were
the
top
names.
of the league just before Christmas.
Yeah, they were.
And they're now 10th.
Doesn't make any sense.
And they could be down towards 12 if they get beat Saturday. I'm going to go with MSB Walton as well.
Yeah. Fulwood Amateurs versus Nelson. Going for Nelson.
It'll be easy, but I'll go for Nelson.
Do you know what? I'm going to say a draw on this one. Only because Nelson played...
Only because you're desperate to get a win against me, and you have to go...
I mean, the aggregate scoreline is about 10-4, so just stay in your lane.
Only because I've not checked the other results.
It's completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's like not turning up for a game. You're going to lose 3-0, mate.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. I'm going to say a draw, just because I think with the amount of games Nelson have played, so they played on Tuesday, they're playing Thursday, now they've got to play on Saturday. That's an awful lot of demand on this team. I think Fulwood Amateurs, you're a good team. You know, we know that they've got some good players in there. So I think they could do it. So I'll take a draw there.
Right, at the Lightfoot Green Lane Stadium.
Which they share with a semi-pro rugby team. Preston Grasshoppers. Been there.
Oh, right, yeah. Garstang versus Squiresgate. I'm going for Squiresgate.
Yeah.
Holker Old Boys versus Cone. I'm going for Holker Old Boys.
Yeah.
McGill versus Ashton Athletic.
Ooh.
You know,
conflict of interest there for you, Andy.
It is, but I'm going to go with a draw.
You know what? I'm going to follow you with a draw on there, because McGill haven't really been set in the league.
I'm going to go with a draw, which if Ashton get a draw, they'll be made up with that.
Yeah, they will. I'm still going to say a home win, though.
Yeah. Main Road versus Darwin. I'm going to go for Darwin. Steeton versus Baker Borough. I'm going Baker Borough. Thornton Cleveland's versus AFC Blackpool.
Cleveland's.
The big coastal fouled derby. So
is.
I'm going for Thornton Cleveland's.
The posh end versus the working
class.
What
have you gone for?
I'll go Thornton.
Yeah.
Thornton.
Yeah.
Saturday, the same, First Division South, Barnton versus Stafford Town.
I'm going to say a draw.
We go for Stafford.
I'm going to go Barnton.
Camel Head versus Cheadle Heath Nomads.
We
go for the Nomads.
Yeah, I'll go Nomads.
Hormond versus Allscott Heath.
Allscott Heath.
Yeah,
for me. Sandbach United versus Runcorn Town.
That's a belter of a game, that one.
Runcorn Town all day long.
Yeah, I'm still going for Runcorn though, yeah.
I think Sandbach are a little bit more resurgent than what we thought, so I'm going to say a draw.
Right. Stockport Georgians versus Foley Mere.
Stockport Georgians.
Yeah. Telford Down versus Eccleshaw. Wolverhampton Casuals versus Shawbury United. I think Shawbury United are going to win this one.
I think they're going to win this one.
I'm going to go Shawbury because Matty's managing them. So
yeah, exactly.
I'm going to back him.
We're backing the Boz.
Yeah, we want to back the Boz.
Yeah. saying get him out of it there.
Yeah. Monday, 23rd of February, First Division North, Daisy Hill versus Ashton Town. I'm going for Daisy Hill.
Draw.
I'm going to go draw though.
And a return, the reverse of the fixture there, Nelson versus Fullwood. Amateurs again.
Nelson.
I'm going to say Nelson this time.
Yeah.
Home advantage.
Premier Division on Tuesday, Barnoldswick versus Abbey Hay.
Wow.
Barnoldswick for me.
Yeah, Barnoldswick just about.
Yeah, I suppose you're going to have to say I think they'll scrape that one a bit.
Charnock Richard versus Gloucester. We're going for Gloucester.
So we saw that fixture last season, didn't we? You, me, John Foote and Craig, and Gloucester won that one.
Yeah.
I'll go for Charnock.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Glossop again, to be honest with you.
City Liverpool versus Earlham. FC St Helens versus West Didsbury. I'm going for West Didsbury. Rabs Bottom versus Exton. Going for Ramy.
Yeah.
Withenshaw versus Litherland.
Top v bottom. Top v bottom.
It is a top v bottom.
Go for an away win.
Yeah. So you put your house on that one, wouldn't you?
Yeah. First Division North on Tuesday, Holker versus McGull. Purely on the home basis.
Home basis, yeah.
First Division South, New Mills versus Sandbach. Sandbach for me.
Sandbach for me as well.
I'll go with a home win though.
Yeah. Cheshire Senior Cup, Tuesday, Stockport Georgians versus Runcorn Town. All depends on whether they're taking this serious.
Are we going draw after 90 minutes?
No, we tend to just outright result.
It's got to be a win. I'm going for Runcorn Town.
I'm going Runcorn as well.
Lancashire Trophy quarter-finals, probably taking a little bit more serious. Padiham versus Longridge Town. Going for Padiham. Staffordshire Senior Cup second round, Wolverhampton Casuals versus Foley-Mere. I'm going for Foley-Mere. First Division North on Wednesday, Garstang versus Ashton Athletic. I'm going for Ashton Athletic.
So am I.
Yeah, me too.
And Nelson versus MSB.
That is actually a really good one.
I'm going to say Nelson. I'm going to go Nelson.
I'm going to go Nelson as well, actually.
First Division South, Eccleshall versus Alsager. Eccleshall. Telford versus Stafford Town. I'm going for Stafford Town.
It's a battle of the messes, that one, really, isn't it? Because both teams are sort of in a bit of decay at the minute.
Yeah. And the last game, forget the last ones there because Thursdays.
Recording day.
So Liverpool Senior Cup quarter-finals, South Liverpool versus Warrington Rylands. I'm going for Warrington Rylands. Rhinos? I would say Rhinos then.
Don't do that.
Sounds like urinals, doesn't it? But yeah, so we'll see who wins out of that. Are you going to leave your results or are you going to take them with you?
I'll leave them with you. I'll let AJ sort them out.
There we go. Thank you.
Good.
I'm sure even if they win, he'll tell me they haven't. But
yeah.
I'm not going to do that. Because you can listen back to this and then just appropriate the fixtures.
Looking at the fixtures again. When is the FA Vars? The FA Vars is back. Is it next week? Is the FA Vars?
Yes.
Yeah. Just double checking. FA Vars, yeah. Anyway, so we've a lot of smiling going on there.
Yeah, we have a fan club.
Right, we have a fan club.
It's the first wives club outside.
No autographs right now. Anyway, listen. So yeah, we come to that stage of the show where we often ask that question: what have you learned in the last week?
I've learned that...
Well, the last 3 weeks, to be fair.
3 weeks. I've learned that us at Skelmersdale United can count ourselves to be somewhat fortunate to be in the position that we're in. Yes, things aren't going brilliantly on the pitch at all. Okay, not and we'd all wish it was different. But by the same length of it, and we've had this conversation a lot, mainly during the early inceptions of these episodes of the Speaking Frankly Football Show, we're not in any danger of folding. We're still solvent as a business. We've still got people coming to the club and committing their time. We've still got fans who are following us on social media or in the stands or via the radio, etc. So I think in amongst all this talk about the dangers of teams that are folding, we can count ourselves to be fortunate to be on decent footing. Yeah.
From my perspective, looking at the Chelsea story, I think what I've learned is that I've always been of this concept anyway, and it's humility, humanity, and just treating people with respect. There's very few people I really dislike in this world, and I've got some serious enemies.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think based on what those Chelsea players did, I think all that money that you've got, show a bit of humility. Just be nice to people.
I reckon the same could be applied to that coach as well.
The coach.
Yeah, the Brickfield coach. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever he is.
Brickfield Rangers. Shove.
Brickfield, yeah. We could all do the same thing, couldn't we?
100%.
Show far more respect. What do you think?
Let's see. What have you learned?
What have I learned this week? I've learned you don't stop eating.
Shut up, man!
I know that.
It's about football, not about my dietary needs. And I'm a growing boy, and I'll stand by that.
You will be growing. Carry on like that.
Yeah. I was like you at 31 years old. 32 is it now?
You can't be 32. Is that all you are?
I'm 32, yeah.
I've learned that he looks older than me and he's younger than me.
Literally. Diabetic, high blood pressure. Alright, so both of you can just back down. I'm here for you, mate.
Yeah. I've learned it takes a good few hours to do this podcast.
Yes, it does. So you can see what the commitment is from our end.
Yeah. But
it's quite.
No, I think it's not just the last few weeks. It's just that everything's learning it as you go on.
Yeah.
If you're talking football, from managing, it's learning as you keep going. Everything, every week, every game, just learn from that.
Yeah.
Every training session. But you're also learning about players. You're learning about other players you can bring in. You learn about everything about the club. And the thing I'll probably take the most this season is learn about that league.
Yeah.
I was going to preparation for next season.
Yeah, I was going to say that we always think we're right until we're wrong, until we're proven wrong. But it's our ability then to accept that we were wrong and try to put it right. And I think that's the good thing about football, isn't it? You don't make decisions based on... you shouldn't base it on arrogance. You think you're doing the right thing at the time, but you don't always get it right, and it's learning from...
It should be every decision you make in life you think is the right one to make at that time.
Of course you do. Yeah. Of course you do.
And I'd love to see what percentage of people get wrong.
Well, we've said it, I think you mentioned it earlier on before, that there's more losers than winners in this game.
Yeah. I think, the percentage of winning to losing for near enough every single manager, I think is, higher on the losing side.
Well, listen, it's been absolutely fabulous having Andy on the show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So we leave those final dulcet words to the...
Dulcet tones to
AJ.
God, you need to come. Anyway, you've been listening...
No, you actually... Sorry.
You're going to back out on that one?
No, I'm not going back on it. No,
Are you not?
No, I'm not going back on it.
Good.
I'm just going to say that I'm actually the one that's got the dulcet tones.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
What kind of tones?
Okay, I've got to think of
this week.
I've got to think of a new line now. Yeah, you've got dulcet tones as well. Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Very calming voice.
You kind of both sound like Barry White, don't you? You're sort of deep, calming voice. Whereas I don't.
You sound as though they haven't quite dropped yet.
But given your age, that's okay. 32.
I'm only 32. What are yours? Snooker balls in a rugby sock? Anyway.
Well, yeah, if you see them,
I'd rather not.
Rugby balls.
Sorry, I'm leaving the final words to the squeaky voice of AJ.
Cheers, nice one. You've been listening to the Speaking Frankly Football Show with me, AJ Vegette, my co-host, Mr. Frank Hughes, and guest panellist, Andy Barlow. This podcast episode is available on most streaming services, wherever you get your podcasts, including Spotify and Amazon Music. Please rate and review, as we do thrive off hearing your feedback. Please also subscribe so that you can find out when a new episode of the show has been released. We're also available on most social media sites, including X and Facebook, under the banner term Speaking Frankly Football Show. And so from myself, Frank and Andy, thank you very, very much for listening, and we'll see you next week for another episode of the show. Until then, bye-bye for now.